Health, wealth, and wisdom comes to those who embrace the morning and make full use of it. A very warm morning to one and all present here. We have gathered here today to attend the virtual International Symposium on Career Empowerment in Global Scenario. It is said that prayer should be the key to the morning and the lock at night. May I now call upon Ashifa Sultana of second year BCom BPS for the prayer.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणाधीक्षाय गुणाधीक्ताय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Without further ado, I now invite Dr. S.M. Yamuna Ma'am, Head of the Department, BCom BPS, to deliver the welcome address.
Pranams. Pranams to all. Pranams to Almighty. Pranams to Almighty. Pranams to Almighty. Yes, pranams to Almighty. Yes, good morning to one and all. Good morning to one and all. Great pleasure, indeed, for me to welcome you all to welcome you all for the one-day international symposium on career empowerment and global scenario. I would like to convey my gratitude to our managing trustee, Sri L. Gopalakrishnan, our secretary, Thiru L. Kallanyan, for extending their support to take a great initiative for conducting this symposium. A great leader inspires people to have confidence in themselves. It's none other than our principal, Dr. D. Brinda, for college. I welcome you, ma'am. I welcome our erudite and inspiring teacher, our Vice Principal, Dr. A. Ankuraj. I welcome you, sir. It's my immense pleasure in welcoming the eminent speaker for this session, Mrs. Kribashni Prasad, Director, FinTech, Uber Technologies, Middle Eastern region for the topic and insight into startup culture for emerging careers. I profusely edited to take this opportunity to thank her for joining us as a vibrant and echoing her prominence. She thought her as a humble career as a teacher in India, and she rose her position as a director in FinTech in Middle East region and served the people as necessary for necessary and helping us in accepting our invitation. I welcome you, Kriba, for this international symposium. I welcome you, Kriba. A welcome to all the renowned delegates and the participants who took their valuable time in joining us for this event. I finally welcome my faculty members and our college students. They were in the process of several times and helping us for the devoted active learning. I sincerely wish that this symposium will be a great success, not only as a chance to share knowledge and experience in the higher and greater education, but also the beginning of a long and fruitful cooperation to shape our future. In Tamil, there is a beautiful quote by Thiruvalluvar. "Thoorum Manakkeni மாந்தர் கட்டளை தூரும் மணலில் உள்ள தோன்றிய அளவிற்கு அதுபோல மக்களின் கல்வி செல்வம் அளவிற்கு அறிவு symposium, this career empowerment is considered to be a new style, new foster career goals for the expectation of the new economic policies. Life changes are inevitable. We can also initiate personal change. We can raise, challenge and become and better person as a result. I conclude by saying you must be a change you wish to see in the world. I welcome you on behalf of PSG College of Arts and Science. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As Henry Ford said, coming together is a beginning. Staying together is progress. And working together is success. Now, Subiksha of second year BCom BPS will orient you to the department presentation.
Life struggle is just 10%, and your success depends on the 90% how you react to it. This is the report about the Department of Commerce, the Business Process Services from PSG College of Arts and Science, the world of knowledge. A commerce student believes not in making a monthly salary, but in making profits. These thoughts and values were rooted deep down by the ever-energetic Department of Commerce. PSG College was science of the year 1947 before independence by PSG and charities with a mission to set education on a noble purpose, all for the pursuit of knowledge and for the world-class education. The institution promotes deep research and lifelong learning, the fields of liberal arts, humanity, management, computer science, social science, and life science. PSG is one of the largest higher education institutions of South India, with 43 undergraduate programs, 4 BPS programs, 27 postgraduate programs, 1 5-year integrated postgraduate program, 3 PG diploma program, MPhil and PhD programs are offered in 24 disciplines. Evolution of the department. Department of Commerce Business Process Services was established in the year 2013 to 2014. It is the one that has been designed taking into account academics integrated with industry. This special program is designed in collaboration with Tata Consultancy Services, TCS, along with the Bharatiyar University. The unique characteristic of this program is that the well-structured curriculum framework has been formulated by the industry experts along with academic experts to add an essential practical dimension to incorporate the implementation of analytical and decision-making skills. This facilitates students to conveniently pursue career in the IT industry as well as the sectors like banking, financial services and retail. This program aims students to become job ready as per the requirements of various types of business organizations and the IT industry. We are gratified that here is a collaboration of two leading brands in a nutshell. Yes, PSG College of Arts and Science and Tata Consultancy Services share memorandum of understanding. Vision of the department to impart the excellent global education and industrial inputs with human values. To promote quality center with focus on fulfilling the aspirations in the BPS industry. To be a vibrant and innovative center for education and to compete with intercontinental scenarios. We also have the mission of the department creating socially responsible citizens to develop qualified students and in the fields of business process to explore career development opportunities to emerge as a global cluster of premier academic course with these years. To develop entrepreneurs, we imagine future converting excellent relevance. We have the mentors of the department here. Head of the department, Dr. A.C. Yamuna, Assistant Professor, Dr. G. Satyamurthy, Assistant Professor, Dr. K. Sudhakar, Assistant Professor, Mrs. R. Vishnupriya, Assistant Professor, Mrs. C. Maitri. We also have the office bearers of BPS here. From third year we have Yogesh Babu K, Maitri our warrior, as chairperson. Second year we have K. Samyuta as secretary. And from first year we have K. Shivatmika and Hariyarabin as joint secretary. We have the representatives of BPS here. From third year we have Sharmati and S. Prashant. From second year we have P.V. Achya and K. Hariharan. Finally, from first year we have K. Shivatmika and S. Hariyarabin. Students enjoying themselves into the department for the 20 to 2021. From third year, we have Yamuna R, Abhrami B, Dugapriya M, Lakshmi SR, Vandana K, Girisha Vasudevan. And from second year, we have Anupasarvan S, Akshaya PV, Bharat Kumar G, Darshan K, Monika S, Subiksha N. From first year, we have Hariyar S, Shivaka K, Rakshana G, Swati B, and Kalasavi S. Far and away, the best prize that life offers is the chance to work hard and to work worth doing. Here is a top company where students are paid for their hard work. Tata Consultancy Services, Concentric Head Sales Services, Excite Life Insurance Technology Solutions, Amazon Technology, Personal, Star Health, L&T Construction, and Focus Automatic. Remarkable events of our department. The Exemplary Blizzard 2019 is an intercollegiate function where we got about 300 participants from all over South India. And now, the virtual International Symposium on Career Empowerment in Global Scenario. Department event, the real-time work as a family. We have been conducting the events like orientation program, webinar session, international conference, inter-college competition, intra-college competition, guest lecture, workshop program, and faculty development program. In the inter-department competition, we have Blizzard 2019, a national level intercollegiate BPS fest, and from intra-department event, we have Legends 2.0, Air the Tail, and Legends 2.1. We have the distinguished alumni of our department here. Perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can catch the excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Subiksha. And it's such that journey of a thousand miles with a single step. May I now request Achya PV of second year BCom BPS to kindly introduce the first speaker of the day.
The dictionary version of leadership is to lead a group of people or an organization. But it's not as simple as that. Leaders throughout every rung of the organization ladder are integral to the overall success of the business. Effective leadership is about executing the company's mission and setting the tone and culture for that particular organization. Whether what the government, Taiwan, and New Zealand have in common. These are all the countries that have women heading their government. And also, they are located in 3 different continents. The 3 countries seem to have managed the pandemic much better than their neighbors. But along the same line, a detailed recent study by researchers in the United States reports that states which have female governors had fewer COVID-19 related deaths, perhaps partly because female governors acted more decisively by issuing earlier stay-at-home orders. The author of the study concludes that women leaders are more effective than their male counterparts and sometimes mainly in time of crisis. There will be several critics who will be questioning the reliability of this conclusion by pointing out deficiencies in the data, admittedly somewhat limited, or the econometric rigor of the analysis. Many will also point out that it is dangerous to make sweeping generalizations based on one study. The point about the danger of making sweeping generalizations is valid. Of course, studies such as these do not establish the superiority of all female leaders over their male counterparts. All female leaders are not necessarily efficient, and there are many men who have proved to be more effective and charismatic leaders as well as women. The important takeaway from the recent experience and such studies is the necessity of getting rid of inherent biases and perceptions about female effectiveness in leadership roles. To add up, Robin Sharma quote unquote, leadership is not about a title or a designation. It's about impact, influence, and inspiration. So here, impact involves getting results. Influence is about spreading the passion you have for your work. And you have to inspire your teammates and customers. So someone who fits within this code is none other than Mrs. Kribashni Prasad, who is the Director of FinTech at Uber Technologies, incorporated in the Middle Eastern region. She did her schooling at Avita Convent Metric Higher Secondary School and completed her bachelor's degree in Business Management from Konganadu College of Arts and Science and holds a master's degree in Finance and Computer Applications from Bharatiya University, Masters in Philosophy from Alagappa University, and MBA from Pondicherry University. She started her career at Oracle System Limited and has experience working with multiple clients like Infosys, TCS, Wipro, and IBM. After moving to Dubai, Tribashni joined the consulting team of the Oracle Middle East. She soon took over the entire Middle East ERP consulting on the cloud consulting by working with many corporate customers. After 15 years of working on consulting, she moved to Uber Technologies, commonly known as Uber, and American multinational ride-hailing company, to lead the fintech practices, heading a team of engineers and architects across the globe. So the quote suits her well, right? It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you with us today. Now over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me today. Is my voice clear and audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
Krishna.
ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Yamuna ma'am, for inviting me and having me among all of these young children. It's a great honor to be a part of this symposium and provide the knowledge that I have, which is very less when compared to what the world has today. But I try what I can share with this younger generation, and I would also like to learn from this younger generation. Thank you for introducing me so very well. I am so overwhelmed with whatever the students have done for me. It's real honor for me to be a part of this group. And today I have chosen a topic of a startup culture. But I'll keep it very open and very wider because coming from a corporate, I think students might like to hear so many things. They can just post whatever questions they have in between the session as well as at the end of the session. I would be happy to answer the questions. If I have answers, I can provide it to you right away. If I don't, I can go back and get back to you in the later stages, which I can share with you and you can share with the students. That's one thing I want to tell. And whatever opportunities you wanted to explore with me, how I grew or what I did and how I changed, all of this you can ask me and I can help you know about it. And it's great honor to be addressing a wider group of students, which is going to be the next generation. And there is a lot of expectations in this world for the next generation. And I hope I can just give you some examples what the world is expecting from you all. That's quickly I wanted to say a thanks to you all. And I would like to introduce myself like you guys would have introduced me in a very wider way, but in a narrow way. I'm Kribashni, and I am a part of this Coimbatore city, which had given me all the happiness that I have today. I have studied in Coimbatore. I have worked in Coimbatore. I started my career in Coimbatore. And after that, as life forced me, I moved from countries to country. And today I have seen the entire world, and still Coimbatore is the loveliest and best place I wanted to live in because it has taught me so much. And that would be our life when we start growing in a hometown. And what do we have from me is like I grew up as a lecturer, as Yamuna ma'am pointed out. I started my career as a lecturer because for me, students are always an inspiration. When I was a student, I was inspiring myself. And after that, I wanted students to inspire me because I learn a lot from students. So I started working as a lecturer. And after that, I moved into Hyderabad, where language was an hindrance. So I quit the career of lecturership and moved into Oracle. I was working with the finance system, purely ERP. And then later on, I started building my career in ERP as consulting, and then moved into one fine day into a business because I wanted to explore what business has for us and how the world looks in the business. So that's when I joined Kareem, which is a part of Uber, or today it is known as Uber. I head the total fintech practice of Uber. and I do have more than 20-25 people reporting to us, and then a lot of people sitting throughout the world with shared services, BPS, and so many other students crowd who are very young and joining our team, and how we are training them and how they are becoming the part of the team. So my team is very energetic and young, and we do have students who have come through these particular opportunities from TCS, Accenture, Wipro, Infosys, and much more companies who are working with us today, gaining their knowledge and exploring and getting back into business. So that's one thing which made me think that why don't I talk to you guys about a startup culture? Because everybody's mind, there is something that has been very injected like a corporate MNC, and everybody thinks that life and opportunities are around this MNCs and corporate. It is not only in the student's mind, it is also in the parents' mind, because the parents also think that if you go into these particular companies, your lives are settled, and you will be earning whatever you need, and you will be fulfilling your future. But what is future? To fulfill our dreams, right? We all have dreams, we all have aspirations. When somebody offers you some job which you think secured and risk free, you immediately head towards that, and you forget your dreams or passions, or you are forced to do that, because once you head into a family or once you head into a life which needs security, you're forced to forget all your dreams and passions and all of this. So, but on a corner of our art, in one corner, it always lives. It is always living there, haunting you, saying, "Why are you not fulfilling your dreams? Why are you not fulfilling your dreams?" So that is when I thought, like, I'll share with you the experience what a startup can offer, and how you can build up a career in startup and fulfill your dreams and passions. Because startup culture is a place where you can be much more active and much more passionate, and all your views and all your ideas are always counted there. There is nobody to say a no to you, because whenever you are in a startup, you become an owner of the company, like you own it. You have to be a owner, a leader, rather than a worker or a team member. Is it possible for me to share my screen? uh, is there an I need an option to share my screen, or
Yes, Kriba, you can share your screen, Kriba.
okay,
In
okay,
Google Meet, near present now, you have the three dots,
yeah,
no?
I started
Yeah.
sharing my screen. If you are able to see it,
Yeah.
please let me know. You can see it? Yeah, okay. Friends, I have some slides just to show you what it is, but I would prefer it to be more interactive, and you wanted to learn from me or ask me any questions, irrespective of how silly it is. Each question is valuable. From each of the simplest question, people tend to learn a lot. People think that it is a very silly question, or people might laugh at you asking this question. So you keep it inside you, and you never find an answer for that. Rather, you can ask me any simplest of the simplest question or a silly question. For me, every question is a valuable question, and I'll be trying to answer that, which would make it more interactive. And there would be a purpose for me to be talking with you today, so that it would make me happy that I have at least injected a little bit of inspiration in you guys for you to carry over. So I request you all to shoot up questions anytime. You have a chat window. You can just message there also, if you can't, if you don't want to ask me directly, or you can turn on your mic, and then you can start asking the questions. Okay, quickly, what do I have today is like, I would like to explain to you what a startup is, how different the culture of startup is from the normal business as well as an MNC and a corporate sector is, and what is your career path in this startup organizations, and how you can build up your lifestyle, as well as how you can fulfill your dreams and aspirations by being in a startup culture. So that's the main intention of this of 1 hour. And anything if you wanted to know in between, it might be related to corporate, it might be related to any e-commerce business, you can just let me know. Yeah. So quickly, let's look at what startup talks about. So Will Scotter, the founder of startups.co, he says that a startup is the living embodiment of a founder's dream. It's a very heavy quote. It's very heavy to weigh and it's very heavy to carry. But this is the truth that we live in today because everybody has dreams. And a startup is a place where you put your dreams actually. It doesn't mean that I need to start a startup to live my dream. But if you get into a startup, also you can live your dream. Because as I already told you, it's a culture and the idea of a startup to have immense ideas from multiple people and treat the colleagues or employees. They rather never call anybody as employees, they call them as colleagues. Colleagues as the owners of the business. So you own it and your ideas are always taken care of. So this is a very heavy quote, but it has so much meaning into it. The words are only 8 in numbers or 9 in numbers, but it is as heavy as 900 crores or the 100,000 crores because it is all about dreams. So every person in this world comes for a purpose, and I might be a very well-off person. I might be a very rich person coming into this world. I don't have to work at all. I can sit in my house comfortably and eat, and I can live my living. I can travel. I can live my living. But what is the purpose of me coming to this world? That is what changes you and makes you think that you need to leave some legacy when you leave this world. There should be somebody, at least a crowd of 10 people, talking about you, saying that you are a hard worker or a strong worker or a dreamer or a futuristic person who wanted to do something for this with a legacy. So that's the main reason why we all run and we all work and we all try to do something to this world. And how do I do that to this world is only by fulfilling your dreams. So it's not like I have a dream of I have a dream of sleeping all day. I have a dream of eating all day. That's not dreams actually. Dreams are something which is going to make an impact in the society. When I leave the society, there is a path that has been left in the society, and people have to see that path coming future, saying that he had left this path. So that's how a dream is being fulfilled. And every person who has a company today, say for example, Larry Ellison of Oracle, or the Apple CEO, or the Facebook CEO, or Google CEO, or anybody. Everybody didn't come to that position without a dream. Everybody just didn't sit in one seat, did homeworks and come to that place. They all dreamt, they all saw money in different ventures. They all failed in lot of ventures, and then one particular day they had their dream come today, and they are happy of their dreams, but still they are dreaming about because they wanted to leave some legacy and go. So a startup is a place where you invest your brains and mind without investing any money to live your dreams. That's the main reason why today everybody are turning towards the atmosphere of startup. Everybody wants to do something much more interesting which the world needs, and also live their dreams. So that's what this particular quote is all about. So let's look into what a startup is. Actually, if you can see the slide, there's a lot written here, and people think that, oh God, what is a startup? Startup is very complex, and startup means you have to do a lot of things. But all these lot of things fits into only one particular line. It's me, it's you. Like startup is something that you want to live and I want to live, and it has all of these features where we live. So when I join a startup, what would be my focus there? It is a not grown company. The startup is a place it is not grown, and you have to go there and grow up the company. Rather, if I go into a corporate or an MSC, it's a grown company, and you have to be a stagnant person to maintain the growth. But a startup is a place where you have to fight and make it grow. If you fight in a right way, it will grow. If you fight in a wrong way, all startup will fail. So there are major drawbacks of startups also, and the key reason for a startup to fail is the people who join the startup and who do not focus on the growth. Rather, they think that it is a very stagnant place and live what comfortability it is. So startup is a place for a focused growth. It helps you to solve problems. It has more questions than answers. That's a very interesting part in a startup. If you go into a startup, you will not even find a place to sit and work, because it's a culture where you can even sit in a pantry and work, or you can sit down in a carpet and work, because we do not have assigned workplaces, we do not have assigned seats, we do not have assigned workstations. Rather, I can tell you like this, many of the startups starts up in a coffee shop. So when I'm starting up a startup, when for some people wanted to start a startup, they do not have enough money to invest. What do? They have people, they take them every day to one coffee center. Like if you can go and visit a Starbucks or a Costa, there is a group of people sitting and working. They are all working for a startup where they do not have proper ergonomic facilities or office or anything, but they sit in a coffee shop and work. What is an advantage of doing so is like you are not monotonous, you are not bored, you are not you're not like a employee who daily goes sit in its couch, stores his records and come back. You have your own interest. Today I can go to some shop and sit in a corner of that shop, have a coffee, take a break, then start working. All of this are possible only through a startup culture, wherein you do not have to worry about your ergonomics or anything. You just have to carry your laptop and go, and you are always on a friendly atmosphere. That's the much more interesting part of a startup. And what is a startup is like a mix of emotions, because everybody become emotionally attached to the company. So for example, XYZ goes and joins a startup. Within a 15-20 days, they show him that you are the owner of the business, and later on, after a month or so, he becomes emotionally connected with the business, because it becomes a part of him. He thinks that it is his own business, it is his own job, it is his own company, and he starts sharing emotions with the company. Like he will never think of leaving the company unless there are situations that force him, because he becomes emotionally attached to the company. So that's one thing which is very interesting about a startup. And the next thing very interesting about startup is like there is no ground rules, there is no strict regulations, there is nothing of that sort. It is an independent place, wherein they do not say that you have to go from 1 to 2 is your lunch time, 5 to 6 is your break, or morning 10:30 to 11 is your break. No, there's nothing like that. I can take a break in the whole morning, I can work the whole night, because I'm the owner of the company. So I know how to balance my work life and my office requirements. So that's one more interesting part why a startup has been focused today, and why there is a lot of interest for people to start startups as well as work in startups. If we look at the next slide, it will tell you how a startup is actually. So it's like your passion that will lead you here. There's nothing more than passion that leads you to join a startup. So what's your passion means? Say for example, you are graduating from the college, you are expecting a lot when you join an organization. You wanted to showcase your talents. You wanted to be recognized faster. You wanted to be a part of team. You want to share your ideas and emotions with the team. But how is it possible to do that in a corporate world or in a established business? Because the business is already established, and you are being dictated to do certain set of works there, and inside that you need to find a standpoint where you can establish and prove yourself. But in a startup it's not like that, because why am I hiring you is like I do not have anybody to tell me what it is about, and that's why I'm hiring you. So from the day one onwards, I'll be asking your ideas. If you are joining as a blockchain specialist, I do not have anybody in blockchain, and I don't have anybody who had worked in blockchain. So you become the leader. When you come inside, I'll be looking into ideas with you. I'll be asking you, what can I do? How can I put it inside my business? In this case, it is like you have a passion, and and you can showcase the passion immediately when you come inside the companies, and you can establish yourself in a very happy way, because there is no strict rules, regulations, anything that is put up on a startup. The best part of a startup is I do not ask you to wear your formal dress, formal shoes, or I do not expect anything formal here. There are people who come to office with shorts and t-shirts, wearing sneakers, happy, coming in their own grooming dresses, enjoying whatever they are wearing, and not cribbing about whatever they wanted to wear, because that's another thing that everybody has in his mind. When I have to join a company, I have to get groomed, I have to wear my blazers, I have to wear my suits, I have to get my things done. The startup is a place where we are least bothered about it. We expect you to be very casual, but still, I'll be very clear. We do not expect you to come in your night suits. A decent casual clothing is always a part of the startup culture. We do not force you to have, as you can see in the picture, we do not have conference rooms, we do not have specific cubicles, we do not have MD rooms, we do not have CEO rooms, we do not have anything. Anybody sitting on a couch also will work for a company. I've seen people sitting on the floor and discussing things. Wherever you get a space, you go and organize a meeting. The next team is least bothered about you making any noise around. So all of these are much of the interesting part, which you will really enjoy when you are on a part of a startup culture. You might be thinking like, is it very informal? What will I be earning there? What will I be learning there? So the answer to all of these questions is you learn, as all the legends have pointed out, failures will make you learn more. So I will also mention the same. I have also failed several times, but every failure is a learning for me. Whenever I win, everybody appreciates, but I am a little bit worried because I didn't learn anything from this win. But whenever I fail, everybody comes to pamper me, but I am very happy because I learned a lot from this failure that I will not commit it at the next time, and which will help me to spread the happiness around by giving people my failure ideas and saying that don't do this. So startup is a place where you will be with mixed atmosphere. You will fail, you will win. Your winnings are also celebrated. Your failures are also celebrated. At the end of the day, a startup is a place where you will be always emotionally happy. And let's look into what a corporate startup is. So I've been talking about startup. So many people would have been curious to know what a startup is. How do I differentiate a startup from corporate, or what do I know as a startup? So simply, if I go and join an organization which is newly coming up, is it a startup? So let me explain to you what a startup is in a very simple words. Any person starting a particular company with somebody's idea which is already existing in the market is not a startup. Say, for example, I go and open a supermarket today, a new supermarket today, or I go and open a new parlor today, that is a salon today, or if I go and open a new restaurant today, all of this doesn't come under startup. Although you are opening it new, the idea is already in the market. The people are using the idea already, and you are just one among the person who have started this company. Startup doesn't mean that a new company or a new business. New business or new company doesn't belong to startup. A new idea is what startup is. Say, for example, if I have a business of groceries, and I do not wanted to sell these groceries as a shop. Rather, I wanted to build a technology and an app which would be helping me to sell my groceries. That would become a startup. So for every startup, the base is a technology. There should be a technology that is involved, and the technology should be very new, and that new technology should be pushing me into a new type of business, not an existing type of business. So when I was introduced, they said that US pioneer ride-hailing business. So when we go back and when we research and see, Uber is a startup which has started the first ride-hailing business, but ride-hailing business was not what a startup it meant for, but the app, the application, that it developed, in which it made life of people easy to book a taxi. So it was the first app that was built in the system, in the smartphones or any phones, any system like laptops, etc., where you will be able to log into that app and you will be able to book a taxi and the taxi will come to your home. That became a part of what it is called as a startup. So that is how Uber became a startup, and not by running the taxi business or the ride hailing business, but a first business to establish an online application where the customers can go and start book a taxi for themselves. That's why Uber became a startup. So that's how we differentiate a common business with what a startup is. So startup needs investment, startup needs people, but apart from that, startup needs innovation, innovative thinking, and a new technological method to use it, a new application, a new app, which is very different from what it is existing, which doesn't even exist till today. So that's when we call that particular company as a startup. Hope I gave you a little bit of vision of what is a startup. You can read a lot about startups because most of the companies today in the country are startups. Say, for example, there is a company which none of us fail to use it. Everybody today uses a company which is a startup. Everybody has that app installed in their system. That too during this pandemic situations, that was the highestly used application. And I would be very happy to tell that application name, it's Amazon. So without Amazon today, nobody has been able to do any shopping or anything. Even if I talk to my grandmother, she says like, "You don't come, please order it in Amazon." That's how the particular startup has grown. So when you look at Amazon, how did it become so big today? Because Amazon first started as an online ebook business. Their main idea of a startup, or their main core business of startup, where nobody had such type of idea, was the ebook concept. So that's when they became a startup. And later on, after looking at their business, they started putting their hands into every venture. And today it has been grown enormously throughout the world. And during this pandemic, the highestly earned company, one of the highestly earned company, is Amazon. And the life of Amazon is so heavy that today they have provided opportunities throughout the world for millions of colleagues. Actually, their job opportunities have been scattered so heavy. It would be very funny for us to talk about Amazon as a startup, but the truth is Amazon is a startup actually, because we think Amazon is a very big company, it's a very big corporate. I do want it to be a part of Amazon. Yes, everybody wants to be a part of such big company, but that such big company is also a part of our startup, because the idea behind that company was to get into a ebook business. So after ebook business today, nothing, only mother and a baby cannot be bought on Amazon. Rest everything can be bought. Later on, there might be that technology also developed, and people might start using it for that reason also. Only medical reason the Amazon has been not used today. So that's one interesting example of what a corporate startup is. And I think this would have given you much more idea of what a startup is. So we were always thinking that startups are very small companies, very unsecure. Technically, we have to go and develop our idea. It is also a developed company which can pay you much better, which recognize you, you grow much faster, your promotions are done much faster, your salary hikes are done much faster. Apart from that, your passion is lived there actually. So let's look how do startups work. And I already told you the concept of how do startup work. They offer practical, scalable, and creative solutions for everyday problems. That's the main motto of any startup. So for your day-to-day problems, if a company goes and starts up a business which is unique and which is not existing in the market, then we call it as a startup. As I pointed you as a clear example of Uber, or as I can pick up something else like take an example of Amazon only, or there are certain companies like Swiggy. Swiggy came into picture into Indian market very recently. I will say it at I might say it hasn't seen a decade also, but it understood the problem of people. It thought that it needs to have an app which would connect the restaurants with people, or which would connect anything with anybody. That's their motto or concept. So according to them, anything they can buy for you and anything they can deliver it for you. With that particular small motto in mind, they started up in a very small scale, and today you all know how Swiggy is grown up. I think all of you use Swiggy in your day-to-day life, but they are a very small, very recently come in um, startup. Probably not even a decade they have seen, but it's been spoken all throughout. At least in India, they are a very big benchmark. Or compared to even Zomato, these people have grown vigorously inside the market. And secondly, I always told you that there should be a technology that has been innovatively used in a company, then only we call it as a startup. If there is no technology that has been used in a company, then we never term them as startups. They are normal business. That's the point which differentiates it from normal business into a startup business. There should be a technology and an app. Compulsorily, when technology is there is an app, and mainly the business should be to solve the current problem of a society. There should be something which is problematic in the society, and this particular technology should be helpful to solve that particular problem. Say, for example, delivering the best products and services. So how did Swiggy sustain? During the period where people were having no time to cook and eat, they just wanted to order over the phone and the food has to be delivered. That's when Swiggy came inside and understood the real problem of people. People didn't have time to cook and eat. Everybody is busy working. People work in night shifts, day shifts. Children are not being taken care properly during the evening times because there has been so much problems with family going to work in the mornings, evenings, everything. Then they found out. The Swiggy came into picture and found out a route of delivering food and services so that people would be able to solve this particular social problem immediately. So something has to be related to a social problem, and it has to be related to innovation on the technology. And how do the startups get funds? So there is a concept called as crowdfunding. So if I wanted to start a startup, I don't have to have the enough investment with me. The company doesn't demand for the investment, but I need to have an idea and a technology in my mind. Once if I have an idea and technology in my mind, I go to a place called as crowdfunding. And crowdfunding is a place where investors come in and pool their money and keep it. And when there is a new technology coming into the market, they invest in that particular technology. So what do these big companies do? Did Amazon invest? Amazon's co-founder or founder invest his own money? No. Amazon and founder and co-founder invested his own idea, innovation. And there was a crowdfunding team or investors who were waiting for some new innovations. And once they agreed with that particular innovation, once they were happy, thinking that that can do something to the society and at the same time earn money, they started investing in that particular business. That's how a startup business works. There's no particular amount of investment that I should have with me to become a part of the business. Actually, it is the funders' money, but I should have my own innovation and technology. If we have to learn about crowdfunding and other stuff, I will plan another sessions with your Yamuna ma'am and team, because it is a very huge topic, and each topic is very, very uniquely to be learned on that concept. But to know about how a startup is funded, as of now, you can just think that it is not by owners' money, but it is by a crowdfunding concept. There are investors who invest in startups and help the startup to grow. Let's look at the journey of a couple of interesting people. So since it is, I'm from Middle East right now, and the entire symposium of this day is organized from the UAE people. I just picked up one of an interesting a startup in UAE. It is called Kareem, which is now being owned by Uber. So Kareem is a startup in Middle East, where Middle East was monotonely using only the government taxis, and there was no application where you can go and book taxis. You just have to call up the taxi company, and the taxi company will arrange a taxi for you. And it had only a kind of taxi which is government taxi. So there comes two people, Mudassir and Magnus. These two are the co-founders of the company Kareem. They both work together in McKinsey. McKinsey is the leading company in USA. They both were working in McKinsey. One fine day, there was a spark saying that what are we doing to the society? So that is when they thought that they need to simplify and improve the lives of people and build an awesome organization that will inspire the future generation. And then they came up with an idea of building an app, an application, which will allow the Middle East people to book taxis, and the taxis will start coming to your doorsteps. It is an online app. The best part of these people is not to run a taxi business, but to build an application which would help to sustain the taxi business in the Middle Eastern market. What's the highlight of their achievement is today, the government taxi, which is the UAE's government taxi, which is called as Hala Taxi, is using the application Kareem has built. They do not have an app where you can go and build a taxi. Rather, you need to log into the Kareem app, and there only you will find an option called as Government Hala Taxi, and you have to book your taxi. And there is no option for you to call up and book also anymore. So the app is their startup. The app is their innovation. Although they run ride-hailing business, there are cars that is running around. They are concentrating much on the luxury cars for business. But still, their main innovation is to find an app which would make the life of people simplified so that they can book taxis to their doorsteps. Since this became a very famous company in Middle East, and their main business is to build an app, Uber Technologies took over them in the year of 2019, 2020, just for their application and to capture the Middle Eastern market. And this startup was bought by them for more than 4 billion, actually. So these two guys with a small idea came into the market within a decade, were able to establish themselves as a part of Uber today, and with making lives of people very simplified, actually. Let's look at something very interesting from India. So what's the startup that we can talk about in India is Fresh to Home. I think most of the people know what is Fresh to Home. Fresh to Home is your seafood delivery app, which would deliver seafood to your home for your day-to-day consumption. How did this spark come in? There was a seafood C2Home company which was concentrating only on the Kerala market, wherein it would be like within the market they would be selling seafood. So Sean Kandawal came into that business and thought that why don't we have a built-up app which would cover the entire India, and everybody would be able to taste the seafood options that is close by available for them. So they built up an app called as Fresh to Home, and what does this app do is they connect all the seafish vendors into the app. All the seafish vendors are part of this app, and whenever you order it from any part of India, your closest seafood vendor will supply it to you immediately to your doorsteps, actually. That's their main business. It is not like I have a seafood business and I am spreading my wings throughout the India. It's not that. I do not have a seafood business. I am just an app which would connect all the seafood vendors into that app, and everybody can order through that app, and then you would be able to deliver it to your local person. So if a person from Calcutta wants to order some seafood, he goes into this app and selects the seafood. Immediately there is a vendor in Calcutta which is connected to this app. He delivers it to them through the Fresh to Home concept. So that's the one of our interesting Indian-based startup company which has grown so fast that now it has spread its wings in Middle East also, and very soon they are going to spread their wings in US market as well. These are few of the highest funded startups in India. As I already pointed out, Swiggy is one of the leading funded startups in India. And apart from that, you have Paytm, you have Byju's, Zomato. All of these are getting heavy funds from India. They are not getting funds from abroad or any other vendor. It is getting the crowdfunding support only from India. Okay, we have spoken so much about a startup. Then you might have thought that all startups are very brilliant. If I go and join a startup, it is my life and all of that. But still, there is something which we have to talk about startup, which is the failure why a startup meets. Many of the startups today have seen a lot of failures and they have vanished from the market only because of certain reasons that we have seen here. At the planning stage, they build a wrong product or a business model. They have a technology, they have an innovation, but they go and build it up in a wrong way, which will not reach all the customers. Amazon built its application in such a simple way that even a grandmother is able to order it. But if I go and build it in a more technological way where I don't even know to how use my application, which is not user friendly, that is the biggest failure that a startup will see. And secondly, it doesn't go in for getting a lot of user experience feedback. When I own a startup, I need to review it in the market for at least a year to get the user experience startup issues and correct the issues and come into the market, rather, thinking that I am ready and I go and go live on that particular product. So that's some of the failures. And main failure for the startup is hiring a wrong person, lack of skilled resources. Today, why we are talking about startup with you guys, your interesting younger generation is like because you are the next generation and you guys are needed in startups. And the failure as well as the success of a startup is only in your hands, because lack of skilled labors, lack of people coming in with passion, people coming in with no motto, and they do not have ideas, will all make the startup failure. Because to hire a person, the startup has to spend money. Everybody today on this call, like when a company is going to hire you, irrespective of a startup, a corporate, or any company, they undergo a huge amount of investment, or a money is spent on your hiring process. They spend a lot of money to hire one person or two-person. So when you come into the company, there is a heavy expectation on you. But when you come into the company and if you fail to have the required skills, it's a failure for yourself, it's a failure for the company also, because they have to again go into the market and find a person, which they are losing all the money that they have invested on you, as well as they are losing all the money all the connect that they had with you. They thought that you would be the right person, and they themselves lose the confidence on hiring the resource. So when you are a resource, when you think I am the best resource for the company, please get equipped. Please get functionally strong, technically strong. Please get emotionally strong, and please also get patience in your life, because there will be a lot of irritation. Corporate sectors, certain companies provide this option after when you reach to the D levels. D levels are like director levels, and then B levels are VP levels. So after that, they give this options of getting some shares and other stuff. But at a startup, even the smallest employee, a youngster who joins the company, gets a portion percentage of the package as shares. So that's why I always call it as ownership, and you are the owners of the company. So that would have solved a little bit of compensation question that would have been running in your mind. I would have always been told you like you are the owners. This is the one of the reason why we call the individuals of the company as owners. Everybody has a responsibility because you are a shareholder of the company. And the theme of startup culture is like you need to be passionate. You need to establish your personality. Your personality is very important. Your personality doesn't mean your external appearance and grooming and other things. We are least bothered about it. But personality here means that what is your contribution? How down to earth are you? How happy are you staying here? How much can you concentrate on this company? How you can help us grow? How you can be having a vision for our company, not my company, not your company, it's our company. So that's the main culture of a startup. You need to be authentic. Authenticity is the only expectation of a startup, because the failure and success of the company depends on the people who are joining the company. You and I join the company. If I am not authentic to this company, my company will fail. My startup will be a crash. My startup will close. What you will think like today, authenticity means only you and me who are employees of the company. No. Say, let's take an example of Uber. Uber is a startup. Let's take an example of Uber. Even the drivers who work for Uber, even the captains, like the people who drive the cars who work for Uber, has to be authentic to the company. If they fail to be authentic to the company, it is a failure for the company. That is how the authenticity works. Say, for example, in Swiggy, the delivery guy is a person who is valued by the company because they have to be authentic for the company to work. Not only the company's employees are a part of the company's startups culture, but each person who contributes to that particular company is a person who is a part of the startup culture. So, as I told, the people who go and do the delivery should be more authentic. They should be the people of genuine authenticity. They should be very authentic to the company. If they are thinking that I can do whatever I want because I drive my bike and I can do whatever you want, it will fail the company. Like any small injury to the customer caused by the company is an injury to the company at the end of the day. I think you would have read a lot of examples on the YouTubes, Instagram, seeing where people raise complaints about delivery businesses, and because of that, the delivery business goes through a lot of tough situations, etc. Are the employees the reason for it? Are the owners the reason for it? No. It is only the connect between the customer and the person who is going to handle the customer. Even if they fail to be authentic to the customer, the entire company has a problem. And the next one is your agility. You need to be agile. You need to be agile means you need to be very, very adaptable to the changing situation. You need to change. You need to change in every point of time in the company's growth. Whenever there is a new technology coming in or a new idea coming in, you need to adapt to it. You need to change. You shouldn't say that no, your ideas are new, I will not pick it up. No, every new idea has to be taken up, and you should be very clear that you will be adapt to your change. So agility is another important. If we have these four things in place, that's all is a startup culture. A corporate culture will have 11 or 12 setups revolving around it, because they are much bothered about timelines, they are much bothered about grooming people, they are much bothered about schedules, projects, everything. But in a startup, we do not even know what our project is. So only with these four things we revolve around actually. Okay, so now I have got an interest. I will go and join a startup. Kribashni has talked so much about startups, so now I'm very interested in joining a startup. So okay, I'm ready. I'll go and join a startup. No, you should first understand what to expect when you join a startup. Startup is a place where you will be unique, where you will not join as 15 people together, you will not join as 100 people together. Your team might not contain 25 people, your team might contain only 2 people. So you are always being focused. If you can see in this picture, if you can see the people and the crowd, there is one person which is being focused. That is how you will become when you join a startup. So what you have to do is, like, you need to like each other. As I already told you, all of you are shareholders, you need to like each other. Secondly, if you are joining in a leadership position, you cannot be a leader. You cannot be becoming a bossy around. You need to do whatever work is left over in that particular team. That is how you have to be sustainable in a startup. Say, for example, today I will say I'm a director of ERP, but when anybody is on off, even my intern is on off, I will come down to that position and I say, today, give me the data entry operations. I will upload it for you guys because you guys are busy. That is the level of work that we will have to be going down and doing. No, I am the leader, I will not do it. Cannot work on a startup culture. You need to be a leader, not a boss. You cannot dictate terms to anybody. You will have to be one among them. You will be wearing many hats. As I already told you, you will be employed in finance team, but you will be given opportunities to work in sales, HR. You might be even asked to learn some technology which you were not at all taught. You might be given only 2 days time to learn the technology and come and work. All of these will be a part of your day-to-day activity, which is going to keep you more energetic, passionate, and never you will get bored. That's the major part of becoming a part of a startup. You should be like a sponge. As I already told you, like anybody can crush you in any way, and the sponge will start absorbing whatever you put inside, right? They will be squeezing you so much, but still once you are back to the farm, you will absorb everything. So it's the same way. You should be like a sponge actually. And when you join a startup, you should first of all understand the purpose of that startup. If you go and join Fresh to Home, the purpose of Fresh to Home is to deliver seafood to the people. Going there, you cannot say that I will not be able to handle delivery part of this company because I cannot stand near seafood stuff. I am allergic. All of these cannot be a part of your, purpose. You should be very clear what is the purpose of the startup and why am I going to join that particular startup. We are talking about startup. So what will run into my mind when I join big companies like Infosys or Google or Facebook or all of these companies? My pay scale will be very high. If I join a startup, they are now only establishing it. How will my pay scale look at? It's not like that. The pay scale of a startup is very equally magnified with the pay scales of larger corporates and sectors. The only way to cut down on their cost is like in a corporate, in a Facebook company where they will employ 15 people to do one particular activity. Here, there will be only one person to do that particular activity. That's the way they compensate on the job. Rather, they will never compensate on the compensation. The money that you earn on a startup as well as on a matured corporate sectors would be much very similar. There is no much variation, but the amount of work that you will be doing in a startup will be much passionate, much interesting, and at the end of the day, it would be much heavier also. You should be prepared for all of that. It's going to talk about the same thing which I already spoke. Let's look into now the skill development part. Like this is the very important part that you have to look in. Very, very important is your soft skills. You should be very creative, collaborative, adaptability, and emotionally intelligent. You should be very, very emotionally balanced. Emotional balance is not only important for startups, it's important for any organization. Like corporate also, you go, if you are not emotionally balanced, it's not a place for you actually. If you do not have emotional balance, even being at house is not a place for you, because at home also you should be emotionally balanced with your co-people, like your parents, your children, your in-laws, your community. You should be emotionally balancing. The same kind of emotionally balance is required in an organization also. Coming to the hard skills, these are very recently identified hard skills. Might be a decade ago, blockchain. Blockchain, you all might have known about blockchain by this time. It's a secured way of funding, and it's a connecting between the it's at the end of the day a security chain, like how secured you work, how secured your data is, how secured your company's details are, how secured your payments are going through. All of this comes under blockchain. Coming to the cloud computing, now everything is on cloud. Cloud here means, what is cloud? Everybody talks about cloud. What is cloud? The vendor, any person who sells something to you, like technology, they will have your database. They will own the data warehouse. Establishing a data warehouse database is very heavily cost on the business. And when you are starting a small business, you cannot spend so much on your data warehouse and other stuff. Rather, you go for cloud, where the vendor has the data warehouse for you. It's a secured place where all your data will be stored and you will be able to access your data from there. You do not have to have a data warehouse, data storage place in your company inside your premise, which is very costly and which is very heavy to maintain. Rather, you go for something called as cloud computing, where everything will be on the cloud and you will be just utilizing it. Nowadays, whatever bank transactions that you are doing, how is it getting immediately transferred from one bank to another? All of this is through the cloud computing concept. Every vendor now offers clouds, like ERP systems that companies are buying are all on cloud, because the vendor himself owns the database, data warehouse, and you will be using a portion of that. And how secure it is? It is 100% totally secured way. And then analytical reasoning, artificial intelligence. You guys will know today bankings in Western countries as well as in UAE, I mean Middle Eastern countries, are all robotic. If you go into a bank phone, like if I'm calling like ICICI Bank, you call a bank in UAE, the first one to answer is a robo. The robo will answer you. The robo will answer most of your questions. And in case if the robo is not able to extremely answer your questions, then only a human being comes into picture. To reach the human being, you have to bypass all the questions from the robot. It is full of robotics and analytics. I mean, artificial intelligence is playing a very key role right now, as well as UI, UX design, business analysis, scientific computing. All of these are skills. At least develop at least one or two. And I'm telling you, the days when we used to study C++, Python. I mean, basics, all these languages, which is coding, the SQLs, and all of this. The days are gone. These are very, very simple technology, very easy technologies that you can study. Very, very easy, very, very simple. There is nothing much to learn, but you have to learn. And it would be like very interesting to study because it is not very confusing, very technical. See, being commerce students, we didn't want to learn chemistry or formulas or mathematical formulas. That's why we took the commerce background and we came into accounting and other stuff, because those were much confusing for me. Rather, coming inside this again, learning technology, learning coding, learning SQLs, writing scripts, everything. It is again a confusing part for me. Rather, right now these skills which we are talking about, like blockchain, cloud computing, everything, they are the very simplest technical skills that you can learn, and it is very easily adaptable, and it is very, very simple to learn actually. So as I have already mentioned down with the code, the more that you read, the more things you will know, the more that you learn, the more places that you will go. Because technology is growing very fast, adapting to technology is very, very important. Even a layman, even everybody today uses smartphones. Even your mother and your father have learned how to use WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, everything. When they are able to learn it so fast, so you will be able to learn all of these very fast, and these are not complex stuff. Let's look at the CEO of Salesforce. He's the most smartest guy actually. Salesforce is a very leading in US.
Sorry to interrupt, Prabha.
We'll finish it off, Yamuna ma'am. This is the last slide.
No, I can't see this. The slide is not visible, Prabha.
Can you see it now, ma'am?
Yes, now only this.
We are almost there. I just have one or two more slides left over, and then I can take some Q&As actually. So let's listen from the Salesforce CEO. What he says is the secret of successful hiring is this: look for the people who want to change the world. Very simple statement, very easy statement, very dignified statement. So, are you ready to change the world? That's the only question you need to ask yourself. If you are ready to change the world is very heavily open for you. There are so many companies waiting the doors to employ you. The only thing that you have to have in your mind is, yeah, I'm ready to change the world. Ready to change the world here doesn't mean that you can come and do something overnight. You might not even succeed in implanting your ideas into this world, but still your footprints will always last. So you need to think in that way, that I have something with me and I wanted to put it into this world. I want to sow it in this world, and I'm ready to do that. So that's what Salesforce looks into. What is the in-demand career opportunities for you all on the startup? And that this is exclusively for a commerce or a management graduate. We are just looking in for career opportunities of a commerce and a management graduate. We are least bothered about engineers here. So if you can look into it, first of all, you can become an entrepreneur. That's an open business. If you have idea, if you have a new innovative skill, try starting up a startup with your innovative skill, approach the crowdfunding, and you can become an entrepreneur. Management analyst, marketing manager. I don't have to explain each and every job of this. I think you would have studied in detail every paper, and your teachers would have already given enough gyan on all of this. My only thing is like there is no limitation in each of the. I will join as a marketing manager. I might be requested to do some financial aspects like getting my customer billing done properly, my giving my customer bills and invoices on time. All of this might be a part of me when I go into a startup. Executive levels, usually we call it above D levels, your director level, VP levels, as well as your C levels. All the C levels, you must have already learnt about C levels. Nowadays, there are too many C levels: CEO, CFO, CO, CTO. It goes like heavy level of C levels are now there. Opportunities are there to grow very fast to a C level in a startup. Might be within 10 years, you might have touched a C level if you are really a superstar in the company. Then HR, every company needs HR, irrespective of whatever business you're starting. We need HRs, sales, financial analysts, mainly over as in totally interested on financial side, economist and policy analyst. Actually, these are a few of the interesting career opportunities that you can get into, and you do not have designations like junior, senior, and all. Every designation is very remarkable. If I join a company of a startup, very soon my name will have a manager with it, or my name might have a architect with it. Something very interesting job profiles, because you are part of the company and you are much more respected in the company with a lot of roles and responsibilities assigned to you. So these are few of the career that a commerce graduate can look into in a business, in a company. This not only applies to the startups, this applies to even your corporates. Even when corporates come in, they will be picking you up as any of these, mainly as management analysts. Like since you are studying BPS, you get into the BPS sector where management analysts are the main roles, or financial analysts are the main roles actually. So these are few of the interesting career opportunities that you will be able to have in your career growth. This applies to everywhere, but in a startup, you do have these opportunities as well. And if you remember only these, much enough for you to be a part of a startup company, and you will be the best in the startup company. As I already mentioned, be authentic, be resilient, be consistent. Consistency is very important. Over communicate in a startup. Startup communication is very important, and that too, there is a term in startup called as, if you over communicate, you are known to people. If you don't communicate, you become very dumb in the company, because the company expects more from you, and everybody in the company knows everyone. Because the number of people are very less, the crowd is very less, so that you understand people very well. So it is your responsibility to be very over communicating. Over communicating in the sense like your particular work has to reach till your founder level. You need to communicate in such a way that even your founder knows what work you are doing actually. And give more than you get, because you are shareholders of the company. At the end of the day, if you are a shareholder of the company, or if you own a company, what you do? If you run your own business, you give more than what you get, right? Similarly, you are a shareholder, you are a business owner, so you have to give more than what you get, actually. So this is the last slide, and that's a very, very interesting slide by Larry Page. He is the co-founder of Google. I don't know how many of you would have heard him on TED Talks and Instagrams. If you want to get some inspiration, please do go and listen to Larry Page. He is a very interesting person who doesn't talk much philosophically and much about business, much more about life and world. Please listen to him on TED Talks. He is very interesting, and there is very small statements that he gives. Always deliver more than expected is one simple statement, which communicates that your life will always be expecting more than what you are trying to do. So always deliver more. Even this is applicable to simplest of the simplest person. And if you are an homemaker, or if your mother is a homemaker, please learn from her, because she is the person who does this more actually. So everybody has to learn from the homemaker. Might be your father might be a homemaker, or a mother might be a homemaker, or she or he is the person who does this often, always deliver more than expected. And we have to learn from them, so that in the organization also we will be doing the same thing. I have so much as the slides, and I would love to hear some questions if you have, and I can give you some valuable support. Yamuna ma'am, any questions we need to look in?
Raise to. Please go ahead for the discussion.
You can even put it on the chat window if you guys do not want.
Yes, if you want, just post it in the chat window.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Ma'am, how can I sustain in a startup business for a long term, ma'am?
The only thing which will make you sustain in a startup company is your passion. If you love what you're doing, you will sustain there. If one day also if you hate what you're doing there, you will not be able to sustain. That's a simple word, but for an example, I can tell you like this. If you become a part of a startup, what the startup is expecting to you is be a owner in the company. So what happens is, like, when you are an owner in the company, lot of stones comes to you, right? When people have problems with your business, the stones are thrown on you, and you should be in a position to hold all the stones and never throw it back. So if you are able to hold the stones, you will definitely grow in a startup. Startup is not a place where you will be like sitting on the same seat and doing the same kind of stuff. You will start growing in a startup, as well as you will be sustaining in the startup long. And as I already mentioned, within 10 years, you might reach the C levels. After C levels, there's nothing in a company, you know that. So you might become a CEO or a CFO or a CTO or a COO or whatever is the C level, which is applicable for you, you will definitely go there. The only thing that will make you go there is passion, and patience is very important in a startup, as well as startup will pay you enough. So you'll be happy with the money that you are earning on a startup as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
If you need to take any questions, or otherwise, Yamuna ma'am, if you want to close the session.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I can hear you.
Ma'am, what are the main success factors for the development of startup?
Okay, there are two things that we look into as a success of a startup. The first of all is what innovation that the company brings into. If the innovation that the company brings into is not useful for the society, if the society doesn't need it, say for example, today Swiggy has brought in something which is very useful to the country, right? Which is very useful to the community. That's why Swiggy is successful. But if you bring some idea or a technology which a normal person cannot use in a country, which is targeted only for a set of people, then you will not be able to have a successful startup. Most startups fails due to this reason. There should be a innovation or an idea or a technology that is brought into the world, which is useful for the entire world, including a very small community also. very low level society should also be able to use that particular technology. Today, Uber is a successful company only because everybody of us are able to use Uber and book taxis. But if I bring in a technology which cannot be used by anybody, which is not required in the company, say for example, anything that I bring with medical should be much more carefully done as a startup. Say if I have to start a startup and I'm started selling pharmaceutical stuffs online, it might not be a very sustainable business because what will happen is like people might go and buy wrong medicines, or people might not be in a position to buy medicine correctly because it is a very tricky business. It is very sensitive. So when you bring something sensitive which is not sustainable to the world, then the startup will not sustain. But if you bring something which the society needs, which the world needs today, it would be a sustainable business. Say, for example, all the payment gateways. Your payment gateways are the best example of a successful startup, like Paytms, Google Pay, Apple Pay, and all. Today, how comfortable are you using it? You are 100% comfortable. You need it. You wanted to do it. But if this would have come in during our parent time, it would have been a failure because they were very scared of spending money through online. They were not at all used to spend money through online. Once we went online, once bank became online, once things were online, then only this Paytm and everything, the Google Pay and everything are now becoming successful. So it's how beneficial that particular business is to the world that will make the success to the startup.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, this is very good question. I explained it in the beginning. The question raised here is what is the difference between entrepreneur and a startup? So as I raised it in the beginning of the session itself, let's differentiate what is a startup from the normal business. I already told anybody can be an entrepreneur. Even today, I go and open a supermarket. I go and open a cosmetic shop, a health shop, or anything like that. I become an entrepreneur. I am an owner. I am the business owner. I open a jewelry shop. I open a parlor or something like this, which is a business run by myself. I become an entrepreneur. But a startup is not everybody becoming an entrepreneur is not a startup. Startup means you need to have a unique technology, a unique innovative technology that is being not prevalent in this world till today. Like how the Paytm or Google Pay had come up with the paying concept, or how Uber has come up with the booking app through your phone, how Swiggy has come up with deliver anything. So, like any new innovative technique that you bring into the market, which is very unique, which is not existing in the market, which has not been invested by investors, that becomes a startup actually. That should be uniquality and it should be technology. Main thing is this particular startup works only on technology, not by physical skills. Starting anything physical with physical skills which is innovative will not become a startup. It has to have a technology or an application developed business action which is unique at the end of the day. I didn't see the question fully. Do you have intention? After that, I didn't see the question. It's in the chat. I think it's on the chat window. Okay. The first question, ma'am, I have doubt regarding I have good knowledge and performing well in analytics field without SQL. Is these programs needs to be focused on? No need. Actually, if you are a commerce graduate, and we should very well differentiate what is the technology and what is the equipping that a commerce graduate has to do and what is an equipping that an engineering graduate has to do. So if you are going to concentrate more on your SQL, Python, C++ along with your commerce, you are diverting from your field actually, because engineers come up with this background, and when I am going to hire a person, I mainly look into an engineer with these skills because engineering is their background. Along with that, they need these skills. But when I am going to hire a commerce graduate, my skill of looking is totally different. I look into something else which is related to commerce. As I already showed you, business intelligence, artificial intelligence, something related to blockchains, cloud computing, cryptocurrencies, all of this with on the business perspective. Do not learn on the technological perspective. So what you have to do is develop on your analytical field. You are very well developed. That is what is needed. You can enter into FP&A. FP&A is the main focus for a commerce graduate. And after that, you can also develop on all your latest technologies pertain to commerce. Do not focus on technologies which are pertain to engineers. That is a wrong purview that if I learn BCom, MCom along with Python, C++ and all, I can do all the codings and other things. No, the company's expectation is totally different. They differentiate between what a commerce graduate needs as well as what an engineer needs. If you are a commerce graduate, you will be able to give the engineer what you need. If you study C, C++ and all, then what does an engineer do? That comes the picture actually. You need to have a basic idea, that's okay, but you do not have to put your hands inside and learn all of this technically actually. Do you have an intention to get into any startups? I work for a startup. I work for Uber. So I am a part of startup. I love working in Uber. I joined Kareem, which is a part of Uber today. I love working in startup, and I think the rest of my career, I plan to continue in startup because it is a place which respects me. It gives me a lot of ideas about how I can grow, and always there is growth, and my ideas are always recognized. If I give them a idea, they always take it in, and then I also think it is my own company. I get motivated and I have an emotional connect. So I always prefer working in a startup actually. Can you explain about funding for startup? It's a very huge topic, but in a very small way, I'll tell you, if you have a very innovative idea which is going to be society friendly and which is going to be useful for the society, there is a concept called as crowdfunding. If you can go and do a Google search, you will be able to find it. It's called as crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is a set of investors who come inside that particular organization and own their investments. They keep their investments there. When a new technology comes, idea comes, say for example, you have a new idea, you go and approach the crowdfunding people. They take this particular idea to all the investors. And if, say for example, there are 200 investors in that company, might be 5 people like your idea, or 2 people like your idea, or even 100 people like your idea. Something, how many people like your idea? Based on that, they will start generating funds for your business. They will start giving you some funds so that you can start establishing that business, and then they become the board for you. They will become the board of directors or board for you, where you are answerable to them on each and every aspects that you do, and there is a proportion that you will start paying them once you start establishing your business, and get rid of the fund contribution. Mostly all the startups, 99% work on crowdfunding because they do not have their own funds, and if they have their own funds also, they start investing it back into the business as well as get some investments from the investors. So crowdfunding is the main concept of startup business, and it's a very huge topic. If we get a chance again to meet, we will have that as an exclusive topic, and we will see how you can go and get some funds from crowdfunding, and how you can start your own business. And if you hit a failure, how you can come out of it. If you are successful, how you have to repay them. All of this we can see it in very detail actually. According to your perspective, how the corporate culture will be in upcoming days? Corporate culture will continue to be much more flexible. Right now itself, it is super flexible actually. If you can see, people are working from home. Even it has been advised that for the next 2 years, 3 years, you will be working from home. You just have to be equipped with your workstations as well as laptops. Secondly, corporate culture would be much more passion driven, because nowadays they are also learning certain things from the startups. They are hiring people from startups. If you can see, the people who are moving from startups usually go and join big corporates, including big corporates like Google's, Facebook. Everybody started hiring people from startups because they wanted this young, passionate, energetic ideas and creative thinking into their corporate, because they cannot revolve around the same concepts that they are doing till today. So according to me, what the corporate would be in future is like it will become much more flexible. It will become much more employee friendly. It's already employee friendly, but it will become much more employee friendly, and it will be looking into passion actually. Like how a startup is looking into, the corporate will also be giving opportunities for new ideas, innovations, new product developments, etc. Ma'am, you said we should know about artificial intelligence as being, but AI is developed by Python. So should we know about Python to work with AI? As I already told you, please differentiate between what is technical and what is functional. So you guys are functional people and engineers are technical people. So if you know artificial intelligence only, like you do not have to read and write Python, but you should know what an artificial intelligence can do. You should be in a position to tell the engineer that I do want you to develop this and give it to me so that I can give this to my customer. So at the end of the day, you should know the functional concepts of these particular aspects and not the technical concepts of this actually. If you go and become a Python designer, a Python, a a database person, I mean, a Python technical person, you will not become a part of the functional team. You will become a part of the technical team. Technical team are people who develop and supply the functional team whatever is their functional requirement. Say, for example, you are the people who can tell, say, this is a very simple example. This is nothing to do with artificial intelligence or Python. Say, for example, you are the people who know what is debit and credit, right? But you cannot go and write queries and create a system in which how debit and credit should be posted. You should be able to explain the engineer, if this is the condition, it should be debited. If this is the condition, it should be credited. Please create a script and give it to me. So I run it in such a way that my system will debit and credit it automatically. That's the differentiation which we are talking about. You are functional people and they are technical people. So you guys have to equip yourself to be able to make them understand what they have to develop and give it to you. If you also start learning the technical things of that ground, then it becomes complex, right? You will be knowing the functional and technical. There is a gap. You cannot concentrate on both. You should be very functionally strong to know what requirement a business needs, and they would be helping you to develop and give it to you actually. So that way, artificial intelligence doesn't only include Python. Python is the language in which the artificial intelligence has been written. But for artificial intelligence, you should understand, say, for example, I should understand a flow to create a Python which can help me. If, for example, a company wants to create a purchase order and record the entry, so there is a full flow, right? So my robotics should be able to create a purchase order. It has to be creating a purchase requisition. My robotics has to create an invoice. The invoice entries has to come to posting. All of these is the flow. And engineers don't know this. So you don't have to know Python to do this flow, but you need to know this flow. In an artificial intelligence, how I can develop this flow. See, government funding is again, if you can read from the latest news that Modi has been encouraging a lot of startup funding, but the government cannot directly fund a startup. They also have to go through the method of crowdfunding actually. So they will also become a part of the investor concept. If you can read through that Modi's recent release, in that he has clearly mentioned that government has funds and they will be going into the methodology where these funds can also be utilized by startups. So they will also get into the same concept of crowdfunding concept. And in that, they become one of the investors, and based on their investment, you will be able to get funds for your startup. It is not like each startup, they have divided the funds, they pool up the money there. And based on your innovation and creative thinking and how well you are equipped and how passionate is your innovation, based on that, the funding will differ actually. And they will not have a particular concept of this. What will be the reason if a startup fail? You and me will be the reason if a startup fail. If the startup fails to have passionate, the main reason is lack of skills and lack of dedicated employees. I come into a startup. I think the 9 to 5 is my job. I enjoy the snacks available in the company. I just work whatever I can finish and go off. My startup will not grow. There are days which are sleepless nights. There are days which are disaster days. There are days when the board meetings doesn't go well. There are days when CEO is frustrated. All of these are part of our day-to-day life, and if we are able to adopt to all of this and think that it is our company, then the company will succeed. But if you think that why do I have to get all of these irritations into my life? I just come, I just log in, I just do my work which is assigned to me, and I get out. If in a company 100 people are there, if 75 people do this, my startup will fail. The main intention for a startup to fail is an employee and the hiring, and thirdly, whatever is the innovation that I bring into the market. If I bring an innovation which is not needed by the people in the country, my startup will fail. If I bring something which is not at all relevant to the community, to the world, my startup will fail.
So, hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
thank you for the session, ma'am.
Thank you.
My question is, ma'am, Big Bazaar owner started his business with the idea of the Saravana stores, ma'am. That is, he is inspired by the idea of the Saravana stores, but he carried that same idea to build his business. But Big Bazaar has hit its sales and he expanded his business. What made them vary with this idea, ma'am? What is your opinion with this case, ma'am?
See, actually, Big Bazaar will not be termed as a innovative startup, but as a business, they are an innovative business. As you said, they take examples of competitors and come into the country. But once they come into the community, what is the strategy that they follow? How is their marketing strategy and their sales strategy, as well as the analysis that they have done to the market? That is the main reason for any business like this to succeed, actually. So the team of marketing, the team of sales, and the team of creative thinking are the people which will make a business much more success. If for example, there are two ride-hailing businesses like which are competing with Uber, but still Uber stands at the top. Because every day there is a team which is going on thinking creatively how I can change my strategy and how I can adapt to the marketing changes. Like if I have to sustain in that particular business or if I have to grow in that business, the strategy is very important. So how did Big Bazaar grow so big and till today also they are sustainable is because of their strategies, actually.
Students, any more questions? I hope you had a fruitful discussion with Madam. Any more questions? Yes, they are posting thank you in the chat box. I hope one more question is there, Tribha, for you.
Working in a startup or an established company, if you have an idea of starting a startup, if I have an idea of starting a startup, I still don't have an answer because I already think that I'm part of the ownership on this company and I work like an owner for this company. So that's where my ideas are. Which working in a startup or in an established company, it depends on how passionate you are. If you are very passionate, if you have the energy, if you want to do something to the society, if you wanted to be very always you don't like boredom. You wanted to be always on your foot, always running. You're least bothered about people. People in the sense, not your family and others. You're least bothered about people talking back about you or insulting you or all of this. Startup is the best place because it will increase your passion, it will innovate you, it will make you much more happy. At the end of the day, you will receive a satisfaction much happier than an established company. But if you wanted to have a very peaceful, soft, calm life where you have to balance your family as well as your work life, and if you wanted to have a a smooth sail on your family as well, and if you do not like to travel a lot, if you cannot leave you leave your family and travel for business reasons, and if there is restrictions on you, all of these are there, then established companies are the best place where you can have a work life and a family life balancing. It depends on what is your lifestyle. How can you want to live your lifestyle? People like me who wanted to run always, who cannot sit in one place, whose energy levels are very high, and want to do something very interesting, want to do something to the society, or want to be always on my toes and never get bored. We prefer startup, because if I go and sit in another company, I'll really get bored and I get frustrated, and I cannot adapt to that situation. So it's all about your nature. If you are very passionate and if you are driven, please always look in for a startup. If you are passionate but you have to go very slow and you want it to be balanced, you can look in for an established organization.
Students, any more questions? I hope it is time. She's continuously talking for more than 2 hours. Why you're tired?
No, not much. But because I found students are listening and they're asking questions, Yamuna ma'am, that's so nice actually. We ourselves used to get bored of all of this listening, but nowadays students are listening. It's very interesting actually.
In YouTube, they are also posting the questions, Kriba, so only just relate.
Yeah. So I'm happy that people are listening, and they wanted to do something, and they wanted to come out of the cocoon, and they wanted to do something very interesting. Already they are studying something interesting like BPS and all. See, we have tie up with TCS as well as Accenture, Uber as well as Infosys. Uber hires a lot of people from these BPS services. Actually, our shared services are all outsourced, and we have tie-ups with Accenture, Infosys, TCS, all three companies, and nearly we do have 600 to 700 people working for us actually. So they are studying in a very, very developing course as well as what the market is looking for.
Yes.
And companies like us, we cannot have our own people inside because it is a huge burden on us. So we go for only shared services. And BPS is one of the main things that we looking for actually.
So our students will get an opportunity in your company too when they are doing, as you said.
Because Uber nearly has 600 to 700 colleagues working throughout from these entities actually, even from TCS, from Accenture and Infosys. These are the three tie-ups that we have. And we do have 600 to 700 people. And every year it's increasing, like how students come in. As the project increase, every year there's an increase actually.
Okay. Nice to hear. Yes. Students, shall we wind up and we'll have the second session. So out of thanks, Mighty Warrior, you can continue. Thank you, Kriba. I hope you will come for the third session for the discussion. Right?
Yeah. I'll join Arun for the third session where he wants. See, Arun is a vendor for me, actually, and we are business for them. So he wanted to have an interview to understand how struggling the new norm was and how we came out of the new norm. It would be a much more interactive and a very interesting session for you guys, students, because it would be the real-time story that we will be sharing what we went through.
Okay. So I hope the participants from the different colleges would be really getting an informative session we are just waiting for the third session. And this session was too good. And other participants has given us a feedback. It was too good. The feedback session is going on literally through Google form. So they are giving a positive reply on the session.
No, I couldn't, if it would have been direct, I could have, met the students and interacted and taken questions and, more of interaction. But when it's a webinar, it is a PPT oriented, and I feel really like, am I reaching the people? Am I able to tell what I wanted to tell and other things? Hopefully it has reached the people actually.
Absolutely, it has reached the people. Absolutely. So we are happy on it, and our students are very much they are just putting it in the feedback also. We are observing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yamuna ma'am. Thanks for having me. That young energies will make us also energetic. I'm learning from them actually.
Okay, Kriba. Just we'll go officially with a note of thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair will present the vote of thanks, ma'am.
In lieu of a department, I take this good time to express our unfeigned gratitude to Mrs. Kribashni Prasad for joining us today in this enlightening session. As you said, the road to success in startup is the mantra that it's not your company and it's our company. Touch wood, it's factual as well, ma'am. And it was a pleasure having you, and I assure that it was indeed a wonderful session, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kriba. I hope the second session guest will join us.
Yeah, she will be joining you. Actually, she had joined. I think she left it again. She is joining you.
Yeah.
I request you all to ask a lot of questions to her because it's about social media and you can know the right and wrong things that you are doing on social media and how you can get rid of that. She is a very interesting social media person. She's here actually. Hi, Navita.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Navita. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon,
Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon,
Meet
ma'am.
you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ma'am.
You guys want to take a 5-minute break? I was there for Kurba's last part of the sessions. Do you want to take a 5-minute water break or something? Maybe just stretch a little. You've been sitting for 2 hours also.
Students, you want break?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. No problems. If you don't want it, let's begin then. Okay, as we all know, I'm going to talk about social media and how you can use it to your advantage to go forward in your career. But before we begin the session, let me tell you a little about myself. I am Navita, and I am a professional trainer, qualified as a professional trainer. I worked with HSBC and Rag Bank. I was training in banking products. And after I had my baby, I decided that I would focus on my other passion, which is cooking. And while I was on it, I started my blog back in 2008. And since then, I have been growing with social media. So any platform, anything, and I've realized how immensely powerful it is. You have to just move your fingers. That's it. And you would be able to reach out to people and connect with people more than you can in the real world. If you're in the real world, if you're talking to one person and maybe the one person tells about your story to 6 other people, you do that on social media to one person, 6,000 more will know about you. So we'll begin now. Miss Ma'am Yamuna, should I start with the screen sharing, the PPT?
Yes, madam, you can go ahead.
Okay. Let me know if you guys can see it. Ma'am, can you see it?
No, madam, no.
No? Okay. I tried sharing. It's not...
You can't see.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
Ma'am, just click present now, ma'am.
Yeah, can you see now? Can you see my screen? It's taking time. It's yeah. So we'll just start with my presentation. Okay. Before I start, what do you think is social media? Anyone here? You can type in the chat or you can say it aloud. Can you see my screens, everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I'll begin. So social media can provide a conversational extension to a B2B companies, nurturing programs, social media gives us the opportunity to humanize our communications and make our companies more approachable. So if you look at it, these days...
Presentation not visible, Navita.
Oh, okay. But it's showing me that it's sharing. Anyways, I'll stop sharing and then try again. 1 minute, I'll stop sharing and try again.
Navita, present now your entire screen. Click the screen and share.
Yeah, I did that. So they saw in the beginning and then suddenly it went.
Yes, it's working now, Navita. Shift screen.
Yeah. Okay, now is it visible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Apologies for the glitch. I'm not. Okay, so social media, why are we learning about it today? Why do we want to know about it? This whole last year, because of Corona and everything, we have realized the power of it even more. It has become multifold. And how can we use that, especially young graduates like you guys, how can you use that to your advantage? Always remember that there are so many other graduates coming out from different universities throughout the country, throughout the world. So what will set you apart? Not the traditional ways, but a radical way of finding your dream job. And that is where social media comes into the picture. It could help propel your application to the top of the stack and land you a wonderful job that you would enjoy doing it. And even hiring managers these days, they make it a point to, when they do their background search, like suppose if you have applied to a company ABC, now ABC will do a background search on you, about you. They make sure that they see your online presence, because if they don't see that, that triggers a red flag for them that the person they don't know anything about technology. That's what the general consensus becomes. So that's why we are learning about social media, so that we can use it to our advantage. And I'll just share a small anecdote here. Okay, I'll keep that for later, maybe. So we're going to talk about why, what, where, and how we can use the social media, and which ones should we actually concentrate on more, and all of it in the subsequent slides. But at the same time, the anecdote I was talking to you about, it's a personal experience from my side. You know the company Tech Mahindra, right? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you know the company Tech Mahindra, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yes. So this thing happened with me. There is something called LinkedIn. I'm sure all of you are aware of it.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I like my class interactive. So say yes. Don't feel shy. So I remember I applied for Tech Mahindra when I was living in Pune. Now, when I applied, I was selected, shortlisted for the interview, and they said, come down for the interview. That I got it through LinkedIn only. And over the period of time, I was constantly in touch with my recruiter, the HR person, whoever was handling the LinkedIn for Tech Mahindra. And then they had an interview at 5 p.m. in the evening because the person who was supposed to take my interview, the director, he was supposed to fly that very night. So he said before flying, he would take my interview. I mean, it had to be quick because something came up urgently. So, and I lived like around 20 kilometers away from the place of interview. If anyone is familiar with Pune, the interview was in Hinjewadi, which is the IT hub in Pune. So, and I was like, you know what? And I was new to Pune. I had just gotten married and I was there. So I did not know much about the city. So I didn't know how to go. And my husband obviously was in office. So I asked the person I was speaking to that if they could provide me with a vehicle, a pick and drop, because every company has their pick and drop service. So if they could, get me one in my area, if someone is staying, maybe I can, hop in with them and come for the interview. So they said, I'll confirm with the manager, the director. So they confirmed it and they said, okay, come. And the car came. I went to the interview place and the director's cabin, I was asked to wait inside because he was not there. And the moment he opened the door, he, before even he could sit, he said, you are already a cost to my company. And my immediate response was, so that makes it all the more important that you hire me. And we laughed about it. So what happened there is an ice breaking happening. You are interacting as humans. Because I'll tell you one thing, when you are talking to someone, people won't remember what you say to them. They remember how you made them feel. So the social in social media is what we are going to talk about today. The social part. It doesn't matter whether you're in the real world or in the virtual world. So social is what will get you places. So I'm telling this from my experience because I have lived in Hong Kong, I've lived in US, and now we are living in Dubai. So it's every place, every geographical location will have the same result of being social. You will get more out of your life in terms of career, in terms of relationships, in terms of friendship. It will be good. So let's begin. Now we come to the why first. Why social media? This is a Jan 2021 data. If you just look at it, I just want you to look at one figure. That's the blue one, which says every year 13.2% more users are added. That amounts to 490 million every year. The increment is 490 million. So imagine the impact, the annual change in the number of global social media users. So if it's so popular, you have to be on it. There is more data here. As per 2018 reports, data suggests that recruiters have gone from 50, in the past 5 years, it has become 54%. So most of the recruiters half of the recruiters, more than half, are on social media. That's where they are recruiting. The traditional ways of going and dropping your application to a place or a company doesn't hold true. The next one, 67% of job seekers use social media to research companies and gain insight. This is a very powerful weapon in your toolkit. Why? Because if you're going to speak to someone, you should have their, what is their idea. With social media, not only do you know about the company and the latest technology, the company's ethos, what it wants to do in future, but you even the people who are going to interview you, you can look them up, research them, what has been their qualification, what are their hobbies, find a match. So you will be prepared to meet the person. So you've already met the person through their profile. 84% of companies were using social media to recruit, which means recruiters probably have a good social network and application pool already. So if you're not in that pool, you have to get on social media. Jobcast conducted a survey that showed 87% of recruiters use LinkedIn. Now, this is what we will harp more on in the later slides, because this is what is the only B2B portal, and we need to concentrate on that to be able to get a good job. Okay, I don't know how many of y'all subscribe to Forbes magazine, but this was this year's Feb 7th, 2021. This is a news piece about this gentleman, Jonathan Javier. He landed his dream job through social media, through a non-traditional way. And I have attached the link to this picture. So if you click on the picture, you would get to see the link here of the full article. Or you can Google and you can just say Jonathan Javier Forbes, and you'll get the whole article. I'll read a little part of that article. I would apply to 50 companies a week, and the outcome of each, despite tailoring my resume to the job description, was the same: rejection. So if you look at his, Jonathan Javier did not have a elite school background. He wasn't from a top graduating school, or he didn't have very high grades. So he had to do something to get people to notice him, to be able to get what he wants. So he went the LinkedIn route. So the entire article speaks as what he did. Because see, understand, thousands of people applying for this exact same job that you want, and you also apply. Then how are you standing out? Why would anyone hire you? If all of say 5 of you, all 5 have the exact same qualification, exact same scores, exact same if you like exact same what do you call it, from the same place, the same number of languages, the same things, why would someone recruit you? Is if you have a social media presence. This gives a window into your personality for the recruiters, because then they see, oh, this person has something more, something he or she has a talent or individuality that outshines more than just work. Because we are humans, our work is part of our life, it doesn't define our life. So when we have other activities, we put them on social media, then people who are looking us up will know, oh yeah, this person does this person does that, okay, this person is witty. I'll give you more examples, real life examples that come down. I know of one of my friends, he's in Canada now. He landed a job through Facebook. Although we not discuss Facebook in our presentation today, but through Facebook also he landed a job and he's in Canada now. Now, why we have to get in social media? And what are the different kinds of social media? Now, I want you all to unmute yourself, please. And in the next 30 seconds, give me as many social media platforms you know.
Instagram,
LinkedIn.
Very good.
Instagram.
I heard Instagram, I had LinkedIn, Facebook. Very good, very good. More.
Twitter.
Twitter.
WeChat.
No, don't look at this. This is just an image. Okay, don't look at this. What are the ones that you use and are aware of? I got LinkedIn, I got Facebook, I got Instagram. Sorry, darling?
Amazon, Flipkart.
Flipkart, Amazon, very good.
Quora. WeChat.
Quora, excellent. Quora is very good. In fact, Quora and Glassdoor, these applications, people who want to learn new skills and also know about their jobs or where they can do, you should keep an eye on Glassdoor. That tells you a lot about the companies and the kind of pay scale they have, the kind of range and how they recruit, etc. It's like a review for companies, so it's good. So now we talk. We are just taking a few of the social media platforms that are most popular, and this is a 2018 study where we see that 88% is with Facebook. So 88% of the crowd is going to Facebook. It is a large number. Facebook is also a good place for jobs, but it is fairly new because Mark Zuckerberg started Facebook careers, but it doesn't have a better yield rate yet. It's not catching up yet. But LinkedIn, if you see, it's third in number after Instagram. Instagram is more for people who are, influencers and want to go for collaborations, things like that. So Instagram is a very good. It's like you're telling a story through pictures. So it's a good platform. For job, not so much. LinkedIn is 41%, the third one. And we will talk about LinkedIn a lot in the later slides. Now after the what and why, we come to the how. So the do's and don'ts of social media. Now these do's and don'ts are for all social media platforms, not just LinkedIn. So it's for all. It's a generic one. We will come to LinkedIn specifically in the later part. Okay. So the do's and don'ts. So these are the do's. Each of us have a story. My struggle will be different from your struggle. What you had to go through would be different from what your friend had to go through. Or, and each one of are unique. Now, no two people are same. We are all unique. This is your opportunity. With social media, it has given us the power to express ourselves. That power should be harnessed. And how can you do that? You think of yourself as a brand. Think that you are a brand. What are your positives? What are you good at? What are you excellent? What are the things you do that is not so common? Or people whenever they think this, oh, that's your USP, that's your unique selling proposition. So that's your story. So when you create a profile on any social media platform, when you're creating the profile, think of it like you're telling a story. Because when you tell a story, that's when you hold the people's attention. Like when I told you about my story when it happened with Tech Mahindra, I'm sure most of you, because stories, we are all children, even when we are old. It's because stories attract us. It inspires us. So tell your story. And how can you do that? You can, maybe start a website or use a blog. I used to write a blog on food. It was Zyka in 2008, as I told you. I've been with social media. That was my first brush since 2008 till now. So you can blog about things that like maybe, in the previous session, Krubashini was speaking about AI, or some of the questions were there that, you need Python for AI. If you're good at it, create something, blog about it. You will be sharing your knowledge, and that will also lead to other people knowing that you're good at this. So you can, highlight your skills, your gifts. Then you can learn something. Suppose if you want to learn something and you're not good at it, there are loads of YouTube tutorials that you could go through and, understand and maybe even better it. So you can learn from anything, communication skills, creativity, or even things like, because I'm into food, I'll talk about myself. I have to do food styling also and food photography also. So, and how to make videos that are interesting so that people would want to stay for that 30-second video or 1-minute video, because attention span is very less. People want to just click if they don't find it interesting. All this by watching people who are good at their job. And this can happen through social media. Next is the brands and the people you engage with on social media directly impacts your followers' perception of you. And here, when we are saying followers' perception, I'm talking about the companies who are looking you up, because they do a background search and they will look you up, and then they will see what kind of comments you're making, or what kind of posts you're writing. How do you write? Like, do you spell your words, or you just, like, instead of was, you write WS, or instead of for your page you write FYP, or things like that. So make it, if you want to project yourself, think carefully when you post or comment, because that will show up and it stays online. There's nothing called deleting it. It's always there. It's lost. And this way, the hiring manager basically checks, whether you're a good fit for the company or not, or whether you would be an addition to the company. Like I tell you, for HSBC, sometimes when I sat for some interviews over there also, like in the interview panel, and we would also see students who would be, or interns who would be, like creative and would be interested in community service, because we were building our community service wing very strongly, the HSBC, as part of corporate social responsibility. So we were looking at students who had done those things also. So see, it's not related directly to the work, but you will have an added advantage if you have that. Okay, this is a real life story about one lady who got her dream job through Twitter, and it's Twitter again, but not in LinkedIn, but she got it. So I'll talk about her. But before that, listen to this quote. The key is to listen, engage, and build relationships. Always remember, my first slide itself said that social media is not a television, it's a telephone. That means it's a dialogue, not a monologue. So it's not like you keep saying, and you don't get the feedback. You need to get the feedback. You need to coax your followers, your friends, your family, and then you also have to give feedback to others. You have to make it engaging. It's not a one-way traffic. So this lady, Suzanne Marlett, she wanted to get into the company called Edelman. She wanted to get into that company. So what she did was she went on Twitter and she followed the director of that company. His name was David Armano. So for 1 year, she followed him, and in between, she would like his tweets and maybe comment, reply back, or retweet. If in Twitter, you can retweet. So she should retweet or like and things like that. She used to do. Then one fine day, he tweeted something, and she not only liked but replied also with a witty reply. And see, it says here, it started with one witty reply, and a few days later, I had a job offer. So when she replied, the witty reply caught David's attention. So when that caught his attention, they started looking up her profile. Now, she used to also run a blog with her, what do you call it? Her, it was not work related, but it was quite intelligent and like she used to write a lot. So when they saw her profile and then they saw her blog, they gave her an interview call. And once she gave the interview, she mentioned about how she had been chatting with Mr. David Armano, and how the witty reply got a reply from him. And then that's how she ended up with the job. So you see what she's doing here. Not only is she engaging, she's first she's targeted that this is the company I want to go to. Then she found out who is the directors of the company and are they on social media. Then she went ahead and followed, and then again engaged. And once she engaged, she made sure she had, it's not that just the engagement, you have to see through it. So you have to have some material also. So she has her own blog, and she was smart. She was smart spoken. So, and then when the interview happened, she made sure that she mentions this. I'm sure the company already knew about it, but she also mentioned from her part. And that's how she landed up with the job. So there are more do's now. LinkedIn is like a gold mine. There are many things you can do with LinkedIn. But this one also talks about other social medias also. Like, you can always check, because see, Facebook is, I would say it's not very professional because it's not B2B, but at the same time, you get to know, peek into the personal life of the person you want to be interviewed by. Like, you would know what they like, what places have they been, where are they from, if they're active on Facebook, for example, or any other social media platform. So look for profiles that have education similar to yours. So because if someone is like totally new to the social media world and wants to create a profile, and then what should they do? They should go and find people who have the same kind of education. So that ways, what are they doing with that education. So you will know, okay, suppose if I am BTech, so someone else who's also a BTech, what are they doing? So are they doing the same thing that you would want to do? If yes, great. If not, you can see how they got into the other job. Like in the other way, you can vice versa. You can say is you like a particular job. So you will say, I want to do that job. So what is the qualification needed for that job? You want to be a voiceover artist. So you have to look up a voiceover artist and see what the voiceover artist studied to be able to apply for that kind of a job. So this is just an example. Then take part in online career platforms. Everywhere you will find although we say Facebook does not have much of a job or careers section, it has, but it's not as proliferous as LinkedIn. What you can do is people connect. Everything in social media is connected. Like if you go to my Facebook profile, it will have my Instagram link. If you go to my Instagram link, it will have my Facebook profile link. So things like that. So similarly, people who are on LinkedIn are also on Facebook. So if they are hosting something on LinkedIn in a group, they would talk about it on Facebook. So if you see it, you join them. So you connect that ways. Interaction with the right individuals can guarantee you both personal and career growth. And I know I have made some of the best friends, and I have like some of the touch with some of the really, really good friends through work and through social media. So networking is very important. Network all your life. Man is a social and even women are social animals. So you need to be social. So you need to network. You need to engage with people. When you're going for an interview also, okay, these days is going to be, interviews like this, like online interviews. But even if you are doing online or physical, don't get scared. Don't get scared. Don't be too jittery. Oh my God, what will happen? Be calm, because when you're calm, you are yourself, and you yourself are very interesting. Believe in that and know that. That's why you have your friends. There must be something interesting in you to have those friends, right? So you have to bring that out. You have to shine in that interview. If you know something, great, answer it. If you don't know, don't fake the answer. So things like that. That same, just take real world and bring into the virtual world, because now everything is virtual even more. So just do that. Okay. Next, over here we have, when someone posts or comments, as I told earlier also, you like it, share it, retweet it, or share the post. Encourage each other. When you encourage someone else will encourage you. What goes around comes around. So do that. You'll spread the word, and your word will also be spread. So what this does, it brings, people will know you. And when recruiters are looking up your profile on social media, they will see what other people have spoken about you also in the comments, and how you have reacted. If someone made a nasty comment, so what did you do with that? Did you ignore it, or did you react? And how did you react? All those things will come. There's a whole topic of social media etiquette, because people tend to forget. I'll tell you for a simple example. If you have a WhatsApp message, if someone says, "Hi, how are you?" Sometimes we just ignore. We're like, okay, what's there? Nothing big. We won't reply. No, that's wrong. That's totally wrong. Maybe you're busy now, so you cannot reply. But maybe wait for 10 minutes, half an hour, whatever, 1 hour, but do reply. Respond. You wouldn't do that in real life. If someone comes up to you, walks up to you and wishes you good morning or good afternoon, and then talks about how are you, you would, no? Out of social courtesy, you would do that. Similarly, that applies to your virtual world. It applies to social media. You have to maintain that courtesy. So other than that, of course, you have to like, and as I said, keep saying comment, engage with people, because when you engage, there'll be a whole lot of conversations. You'll know so much more about each other, and in turn about the company, and obviously your knowledge, your mind will increase the purview. Now the don'ts. These 3 are the don'ts. Be very careful about this. Be sure to delete or untag yourself from any questionable posts or pictures. So if you've applied to a company, I would suggest Google yourself and see what comes up. If there's something that you do not like or do not want the prospective company to know or prospective employer to know, try and untag yourself or try deleting it. If you can't delete it, be prepared with an answer in case it is brought up later in your company. It is very important. And also privacy settings. Make sure that some posts are for fun. Social media is also for fun. You have a personal life, and sometimes we do things that we do not want our employer to know. So then that's when privacy settings comes into the picture. So your posts, make the ones that are not meant for public, do not keep it in the public eye. Okay, and you're partying and all, don't have to post all the pictures. You can just share it amongst your friends, close circle, or have a group. In Facebook also, you can create groups which are just your close circles. You can share it there. You don't have to put it out in the for all or the public setting. Community involvement activities reflects that a job seeker possesses traits such as leadership and interpersonal skills, which are of very high value, very high value. Always remember, anything that you do not know, a subject can be taught to you. these soft skills, you have them. Maybe someone can hone it a little, but you are born with them. So this is very important, the leadership skills, the interpersonal skills. So use them and highlight them. It is a very different, you will think that, I'm beating my own drum, I'm talking about my own self. No, it's not beating your drum. People wouldn't know. If you light a candle, you won't hide it under the table, right? You would put it on top of the table so that the light spreads everywhere. You are that candle. You have that light. You need to spread that. Think of it like that. I'm not saying you have to be all proud and haughty about it. No, you don't have to. But at the same time, if it's something is good, do not underplay. Do not be humble. This is not the place for that. So if you're good at something, please, you should be able to say it out loud. And then when people engage with you, and that's a whole cycle. Okay, this is the reason I told you that untag yourself. This is a very unfortunate incident, a downside of social media that happened for a girl. She was Paris, 17 years old. She was UK's, or she would have become UK's first youth police and crime commissioner. She got the job after all the rounds of interviews and everything. She worked in the job for a week, almost a week. And then when they were doing the background search, they found some tweets of her about drugs and things like that, which she had tweeted when she was a young teen, maybe like 13, 14 or something. And she tweeted and she forgot to delete it or, untag or whatever. And then it was found out in a background search. The police department got it and they had to ask her to leave. So this was big news back in back in UK. So you see how something that was like, she was a bright person. She would have imagine being the first youth police. So she would have made headlines. She would have gone down in history books. And just because of few tweets in a weak moment of her young teenage, she couldn't do this. So remember this quote, that's why I put it in red here. Just remember, don't say anything online that you wouldn't want plastered on a billboard with your face on it. So think before you, like we think before we speak to, not think before you type, because now the speaking is the typing. Now we come to where we should focus our energies for getting a job of our dreams. LinkedIn, of course. A little about LinkedIn. LinkedIn opened its doors, or it was started in 2003, and in 2005 it started the premium membership. And let me tell you one small thing. 1/3 of all the millionaires of the world are on LinkedIn. So it's a very rich place. About 1/5 of all professionals use this. So no matter how many professionals are there world over, 1/5 of them are on LinkedIn already. According to statistics, 1/3 of LinkedIn users are in the upper management. So you will be engaging with directors, with CEOs, with CTOs, with COOs. So, you have to think of how you're portraying yourself. Very important. Over 3/4 of all recruiters prefer LinkedIn because, again, it's a B2B portal. So recruiters go there for the applicant pool. I'm sure all of us now should be very LinkedIn savvy. So we should all have a profile there. I'll talk about how to create a profile in the next slide. Now, to understand how important LinkedIn is, you see the revenue surpassed $8.05 billion in 2020. That's like a big amount. And it's got 24 different languages. So there is no excuse of not being on LinkedIn. And USA is the largest market for LinkedIn. Do you know which is the second largest? Any guesses?
No, ma'am.
Guess. There's no harm in guessing. There's no negative marking. So just guess. Anyone? Make a wild guess. What could go wrong? I won't give the answer. I'm waiting for it from one of you. Okay, I'll give you a hint. You are there right now.
Might be India.
Yeah.
Yes, India. India is the second largest market for LinkedIn. Okay, now we'll say in LinkedIn what we can do to be the best or make maximum use of it. As I told earlier, it's like a gold mine. It has loads of things, not only networking, but loads of learnings happen on LinkedIn. And it is the bare minimum. Trust me, if you're not on any other social media for a recruiter's perspective, you have to be at least on LinkedIn. That's the bare minimum they expect, because then they know that someone is technologically savvy and knows digital communication. How to stay on top of your game in your field. First, look for specific skills in the profiles of professionals in your particular field. So whatever field you've chosen to pursue, look for professionals in that field and look at their skills. Now, the skills would come in the hashtag form. And I would suggest in your profile also, make notes if you have to, put hashtags in your skills, because then when recruiters are looking for those skills, like suppose if I put hashtag training, my profile would show up. So put that. These skills are highlighted in an individual's profile as a separate section with the hashtags and would help you understand which areas you need to work upon. Okay. Now, the next points, if you're unsure, you can determine your educational path if you want to get into a particular career or job role. Like I gave the example of the voiceover artist. So if you want to become a voiceover, you don't know what to do for it, you look up a voiceover artist and see what the person has studied or done. So simply search for the name of the degree. Again, you can say BA psychology. So look through the profiles of the people, and then you'll be able to see what kind of typical job profiles they have after graduating, what they did. You can also use it to research on the kind of career or jobs people with a particular degree go on to have. You will notice trends, different degrees, people with different degrees, what they generally pursue. Like I am an accountancy majors, but I did training. So it is very different from, yes, I did in a bank. So my accountancy did help with the banking products, but training, which was my forte, was not what I studied. Then you can find out what type of companies hire people in your chosen field. Use LinkedIn Jobs to search for the type of role you're looking for and find active job. You can explore the work-life culture of the company by going through the company pages on LinkedIn. That's very important. And also, I like to add here, please activate the features, the two features, turn on the open to new opportunities. Turn on that feature on LinkedIn. That way, it will expose your profile to more hiring managers. And another popular feature is who viewed your profile. I'm sure all of us know that, who has viewed your profile, because if you find someone has viewed your profile and if you see that person is of interest or is of importance to you in your career, you connect with the person. Even if the person has not left a comment on your, or hasn't added you on, connected with you on LinkedIn, still go ahead and reach out. Never fear in reaching out. What will happen at Max? They will not respond to you. That's the worst can happen. And that you won't lose anything. But if you reach out, like I reached out and I did manage to get a pick and drop. It's not a thought of thing. When you're going for an interview, the company car doesn't come for you to pick you and drop you. But the pick and drop both was arranged for me just because I asked. So there is no harm in asking. Always, always ask. Max, you'll be denied. That's all. What worse can happen from that? Now, LinkedIn checklist. So these are the things when you're writing your title. So make your title interesting, not too long, but interesting, so that people, are attracted to it. And your cover letter for your resume. When you have a cover letter, your the summary on your LinkedIn profile is your cover letter. Sorry, it's your cover letter. So you think of it like that. It should give you a brief idea of what the CV is going to be, or your LinkedIn profile is going to be. And your LinkedIn profile and CV should be matching. They should both be in tandem. Not like in your CV you've mentioned something and your LinkedIn profile is something else. No, you can tweak your CV depending on the job that you're going to apply for. That's okay. But the CV that is attached on the LinkedIn profile should ideally be the same as what the profile says, whatever it says in your profile. And add job descriptions, because then that shows that you are, those things, just like skills, even job descriptions are important, because then that shows up that you are aware, like organizing skills or things like that. You are aware and the company can hire you. You've done that kind of work. And if you've done any projects, whether it is your personal project or you did with your college or your university or in your community, please add links to it. Always, always. Show your work. You need to speak for yourself. No one else will come. You're no longer in school. Your teacher won't go and tell things. So you have to do it for yourself. So you got to fight your own battle. Then make and find connections. As I said, there are various ways to make and find connections. One was the way when you can see who has viewed your profile. The other is you go and view someone's profile and see, and then you have the second connection, third connection. Keep going and see if there are people who interest you or you would like to connect with, or you can learn from them. Eventually it will happen. Never go with the intention of, this person, I'm going to get advantage out of it, or I'm going to get some benefit out of it. It will never work. It will never work, because you have an agenda then. You don't want an agenda. Yes, eventually you would want something good out of it, but don't go with the only intention of getting something out, because then learning will stop. And if learning stops, no good will come out of it. And you will stop having fun. It will become a chore for you. It will no longer be something that will be fulfilling. Once that happens, if it's not fulfilling, it's not fun, then the chore, and you will not give your best, and then the graph only goes down. And then turn on notifications on your profile, the ones that I told you about, open to new who video profile and open to new opportunities, and keep posting updates. There are a lot of groups and a lot of chats or thesis papers that people post. Do that. It's okay. Like one of my friends, she is a tech person, but she does car rallies. So she talks about women car rallies in the thing. And it's interesting. It gets a lot of views. So that also shows that, she has a personality other than just her tech degree. And join relevant groups like that and talk on the platforms. You learn a lot. And you share your knowledge also. Now, the key takeaways from today's session: embrace being online, as I said. Don't make it a chore. I have to sit now and I have to finish this. I have to network with these people. No, it will take time. If you plant a seed, it takes time to grow. Similarly, you are, getting yourself into the social media, trying to connect, to able to get your dream job. It will take time. It won't happen overnight. You can't stop talking to people like every day I will talk to the person and then the person will help me out. No, it has to be meaningful engagement, not just random chat. Then showcase your individuality. There is a serious lack of talented individuals, not because we don't have talent. We have immense talent. India is full of talented people, but people don't show it. They think it's so common. They think, this is everyone can do. No, think about it. Think hard, deep. I remember when I was getting into the food business, the baking and everything, one of my friends, she said, never sell something that you're good at. So you basically make money of what you're good at. Don't do it for free. Then become familiar with the best practices. When I say best practices, it means industry best practices, what the industry, your particular choice of industry is doing. Also, at the same time, particular individuals. I'm sure you have someone that you admire or you look up to, or you would want to be mentored by. So you should go ahead and, see what they're doing, how are they interacting. Like there is one chef Atul Kochar. I'm talking about food because that's my other passion. So I connected with him on Twitter, and we kept on and off. I used to ask questions and we talked to him. Then he came to Dubai once, and he actually invited me for lunch at his restaurant. And I was sitting with a Michelin star. He is the first chef to have a Michelin star from India. And I was sitting in front of it. It was surreal. And all because of just some tweets. And also analyze your effort. Like I'll tell you, when I post on Instagram, there are certain times of the day when I post, I'll see there's more engagement than other times of the day. So analyze your effort when you post something or when you comment. You see, if I'm doing this, if I'm getting good out of it, then do that often. If that's not working for you, stop it. Try something else. And again, it's your online reputation. It's your brand. You have to sell it well. So be careful. Privacy settings always on, unless you want to keep it public, which you want them to know. And keep Googling yourself once in a while. There is no harm. Build your network. Again, as I said, network. Remember this. You can screenshot these screens, PPT screens. Then a lot of knowledge sharing happens. So that's there. And again, that this is very important, because sometimes we tend to get carried away and we do say negative things which we regret later. So if you want to really want to write something, maybe hold on to it and then write later. Okay, I just want to bring something here. When I say do not say no or do not write negative comments, does not mean that you suppress your personality. No. If you have if something is genuinely wrong and it does not agree with what your values are or what you stand for, please put it out. But there's always a nicer way of saying it. Instead of being blunt and rude, you can always put across your point very nicely. Like I'll tell you, in the MBA school, they used to always teach us this phrase. That's an interesting proposition. However, I agree to disagree with you. So you see how you're not agreeing with the other person, but you say this. So that's I'll just give you an example. That's a nice way. So if you don't agree with something, you go ahead and put it, but put it in a nice way. So this quote was there, which I saw, so I thought I should put it here. When social media becomes a place where you start to share your negative thoughts, or you become negative from other people's posts, remove yourself from your ruin before you ruin your reputation. So you just, for some hours, stay away. Calm down. But if it still nags you and you want to say it in a nicer way. Okay, social media is an investment of your time, of your efforts, of your resources. So any investment gives you return after a period of time. So you need to have patience for that. And social media is all about sociology and psychology, because it's more human than we think. Just because we can't see someone's face on a post does not mean it's not a human doing it. It's not a bot. In 90% of the times, it's a human. So it's more than technology. There is a human aspect to social media. Just remember the social part of social media and you'll be good. And you can reach me at these. And if there are any questions, the floor is open.
Ma'am, this is Vaibhav.
Hi, Vaibhav.
There are a few business coaches in India, right? Like Vivek Bindra, Rahul Jain, and sorts. Few people of local startups, they are coming, managing directors are coming with similar proclamation of these business coaches, ma'am. Do you think whether they will be able to reach out the viewers or the public audience with a huge success of their personal career in social media, ma'am?
Yes, I totally think so. That's possible. You just have to try. I'll give you another example from my life. There was a conference I went to where all CEOs of different companies were coming, and there was an open house, so you can ask questions to them. So I asked question to one lady. She was a CEO of a finance company. And she remembered me from my question, because I met her at another event sometime later, and she remembered, I remember you asked me that question. So, what you say, if it's real world, like face to face, always it's good that you can ask, you can make a mark with many other things than just your words also. So that is there. In the virtual world, what becomes important is what is your engagement level. If you're genuinely interested, it shows, it comes across. What you write will show. But you have the benefit here, because when you speak something, you speak once, gone. It's out of your mouth. But when you're typing, you can always erase and type again. So be careful of what your words, how you're using to make an impression. I hope I answered your question, Vaibhav.
Yeah, ma'am. So it will have an impact on business part too.
Yes, of course it does. All the businesses these days have a digital part. They almost 50% of their budget goes into the digital aspects. So
Yeah.
they have it. So you can't deny it. It's there. You just have to learn to use it to your benefit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ma'am?
Any questions?
Ma'am, this is Achya. So,
Hi,
do
Achya.
people really... Hi, ma'am. Do people really need a blog to express their views, opinions, and thoughts since it's a growing trend, as well as for companies to expand their business? Is that a necessity to have a blog?
Yeah, okay, depends on what blog you have. If your blog is adding to your current profile, then you should have it. I'm not talking about general just opinions, about blog only about opinions. No, that doesn't help. You won't eat a plate of food with only one particular taste, like only salty or only spicy or only sweet. You need to have all different taste flavors, right? So similarly in your blog, yes, there will be opinions certain times, but if you're writing about something, say you have a paper on some coding language and you decide to put it across and post it there, so that is also a blog. And yes, you will have people opinionating on that as form of comments. Oh, this is not so good, or you could have done this better. You'll find a lot of blogs also talking about how to use certain platforms, like how to use Google Meet or how to use Zoom for that matter. And it all runs because understand one thing, the world has moved to digital very fast, but there are a lot of people who have not caught up yet. So these blogs help them. That's their viewership. And
Well, thank
also
you.
when recruiters are looking, so they would see that, it's like a kind of a community service, if I have to put it.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, this is Dhanush Karthik, ma'am.
Hi, Dhanush.
Yes, ma'am. So, how do I measure my success in the social media, ma'am? The social media marketing?
Okay, social media marketing, your success. Now, success is very relative, Dhanush. So, for me, like I would say, the kind of engagement I have, the numbers. I know people generally tend to go by the numbers, like how many followers or how many views. Yeah, it is important, but not as important as the engagement. So you see, are people either adding questions to it, or appreciating, or asking something more from it? That should show you that you're actually doing something worthwhile. So it is you're involvement is what we want engagement. The reason why so many social media platforms are there is because people want to meet other people. Now they can't do it physically. They can't go from here, sitting here, and go to America, like what we are doing right now. We are meeting. I am here in Dubai, you guys are all in India, and we are chatting. So social media has brought us closer and showed us that the world is smaller. So use that for your benefit. That's an opportunity, a massive opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. This is Samyukta.
Hi, Samyukta.
So, what skills is required for social media marketing, ma'am?
Social media marketing. First of all, you need to know the pulse. First, you need to know your product. What is your product? You should know it at like the back of your hand. So you should know complete knowledge about your product, and then what the USP. How is it different from others? And your pool. The people you are targeting your product to. So that becomes essential, and then you have to find out ways if other people also can be targeted. Like I'll give you an example. There is this hearing aid company. My father has some hearing problem, so hearing aid company. So I was talking to the person who owns the company and over WhatsApp, and also we were just chatting, and then he said I just appreciated it for his excellent customer service. So he said that I have to give good customer service because hearing is a genetic problem, so it will come to the family also. So if I'm getting one person, I am going to get more business from him or her. So you have to think how your product, it'll say XYZ are your your target market, but can you diversify. So social surveys on social media can tell you whether or not that can happen. So you can always, put out at a poll, put out a question, a questionnaire, like a quiz, and then you can see what people are responding to. And there are many people who do surveys, and it's most of the times it's genuine and it's good because you get a peek into what the market is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, ma'am. This
Hello,
is
ma'am. This
Deepika.
is Deepak.
Ma'am, can you tell about what are the top social media marketing tools to be considered now?
LinkedIn would be one for your job profile and your career, and I would say use that to get more information out. Use that, what field you want, what kind of products. So if how do I give you an example for this? What is your what do you want to go into, Deepika?
I'm
Hello?
sorry, ma'am, I can't get it.
Can you hear me? Deepika, I don't know, you're turning blank. I don't know whether you can hear me or not.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
So I want to understand what you want to get into. So when you say social media marketing, it's like a vast topic. So what you want to get into is what I'm asking you. So then we can go further with that.
No, ma'am.
Like I tell you, social media marketing, when companies come, like they come, collaborations happen. Okay, with the influencers, so they would do collaborations. They would say, okay, you have to write so many posts and do things like that. So they have a certain budget every company has for social media marketing because of how much ads they put out on things like YouTube. A 16-year-old doing it will get more than what they would put out on a flyer, because the engagement is real. It's real time and it's real because they're real people here, and you would obviously buy something from a trusted individual than something that has been propagated or marketed in ads or things like that. So that's how social media marketing is so important now. Companies go for that, and if you are interested in that, I would suggest you should follow people on LinkedIn who are doing that, like in your field, like I suggested how to go about in LinkedIn.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, Deepika.
Ma'am, again a question. If you know, can you tell some tricks to bring some traffic to our blog posts to see?
Yes. First of all is the time. So you have to I don't have it. I haven't created one right now, so I cannot give you. But if you look up like your country and your place, so the algorithm is there. So you have to understand the algorithm so that you can generate traffic into your, get more views and things like that. So the one is the time factor, and then I think the images. Start with an image. A picture catches your eye more, so you have to catch the attention first before you can, write more about it. And keep it simple. Keep it simple. Don't go for flowery language or too technical. Understand that everyone should be able to get something out of your blog post or your blog or whatever you're using as social media. So like they should be able to understand it. If you're making it too flowery, you're just automatically you're cutting down half your audience because you're going very elite, for example. So then that is why keep it simple. Look at the timing of your posts. Start with pictures. Images, obviously a picture is worth 1,000 words. So images and tagging. Yes, tagging is very important. If you like a blog, if you like someone's work, or if you were inspired by someone's work, mention the person in your post. That way the person's traffic also you get.
Well, precise.
These are a few.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hello, ma'am. This is Deepak.
Hi, Deepak.
Ma'am, my question is for you. Share your personal experience in social marketing and media marketing and your future assumption on social media marketing.
Okay, Deepak, I am a chef by passion now. So I use social media for increasing that. Social media is not what I do. That's my tool. Like it would be your tool to get a job, for example. It is my tool to get more collaborations, more business for my page. So I would like, first of all, your content is king. So what you are creating, people will automatically view, the engagement will be there. If people are your followers, make sure that you engage with them. Don't just like their comment and leave it. You engage, you appreciate it. And also for me, since you asked my personal question, because I'm using social media, I share my social media kit with companies. For example, I would share it with a rice company or because I'm into food, or a ghee company, and they would see my work and they would ask me to curate recipes, or maybe do a photo shoot with video shoot with them for a recipe. So this is how I get it. I'm using social media to enhance my passion for cooking, or the chef part. So this is what I do. I don't completely just go into social media. I'm creating content, but all my content is mostly food related.
Understood. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Students, any more questions? Shall we wind up? Any more questions?
I guess not.
Yes, ma'am. So you made us clear. Our students are very much clear on it, and even the YouTube, the participants are very much clear. Any questions in the YouTube, Maithili Warrior? Just if you kind of have, just post it in the chat box.
I now call upon
Maithili Warrior, is there any?
India.
Hi, Maithili. I didn't hear you.
And for vote of thanks.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Your voice was echoing, so I didn't really understand.
Network issues, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Why are you apologizing? It's okay. That's one downside. Yamuna ma'am, you were talking about YouTube. I did not mention much about YouTube but that's a very powerful tool also.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
It won't land you a job, but it will definitely get you enough eyeballs to get a job. Directly, you won't get. Indirectly, it will help a lot. My daughter runs a YouTube channel, so I know. She's 8. She's 8 years old, but she started especially during lockdown.
Nice.
Yeah, in lockdown she started posting about it. Different things she does.
Okay. The activities, what she's doing, like that.
Like for example, I tell you, because suddenly last year we all went online, so even schools went online. Now they were using iPad. So in iPad, she likes to play around. So she in a laptop we can open tabs, right? Different tabs we can open from one page. But in iPad, there's only one screen. So she figured out that you can split screen into 3 or 2 parts also in an iPad. Then she made a tutorial about it. Like she recorded herself doing that for her class. Yeah. So things like that she does. So it is very useful. She also won a competition recently. This was by Dubai Institute of Design and Innovation. So she was actually creating a chair for Mars, for the planet Mars. So she made a YouTube video for that. She made a YouTube video for that, and she sent that YouTube video as her application for that contest. It was for professionals, design professionals, but she said, she wanted to participate, so I asked a question for everyone. It's no harm in asking. So I asked them, that time she was 7 years, 9 months. So I said, can she participate? She has some ideas. So they said, yeah, why not? She can participate. So, and then she sent a YouTube link and she won also. So
superb. So convey our regards. convey our regards to her also. Very nice. Creative
you.
mom with a daughter.
No, what I'm trying, why I share this example here is you never know what you're going to get from what side.
Sure. Yeah.
So
nice creative
always,
thought. Preparing a chair for the mass is really a good innovative thought. Just as 8 years kid is doing that. Nice to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, the sooner they start, the better, because this is what the world is going to be, even
Yes.
after Corona.
Of course. Many of them are utilizing their time by opening the channels, blogs, etc. And food, I want to really tell here in Coimbatore, many of our students has also started their blogs for food. Yeah.
Wow. When you're doing food, I'd just like to point out, try and bring the lost cuisines, the things that maybe your grandmother did. That gets more views. I have noticed whenever I cook, my grandmother's or mother's traditional cooking, that gets more interest of people because people want to know that more.
Okay. Nice. So informative. Your session was too informative. Practically, what we have to do, you have just given us, and it is an icebreaker for that too.
Thank you. Yeah, it's something I learned over the years. Like there is no tutorial for me, but when you learn on the job, you also know what you're doing. So you'll make mistakes, but you will end up learning more. So, and I'm still learning. It's never ending. Social media is changing every day. So you have to adapt.
Okay. Shall we wind up by the vote of thanks as it is time is 1? Yeah. Sri Ranjini of first BCom BPS, I hope you are doing the vote of thanks. Now you can go ahead with the vote of thanks.
I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Navita Gupta Hakim for this interesting session. It was a pleasure to having you with us today, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ranjani. It was my pleasure.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your insights and ideas on the topic usage of social media to develop our career path. You made a clear view on social media usage and a proper and positive way of using it, which is definitely the need of the hour, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ranjani, and I hope everyone. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, continue, ma'am.
No, I said I hope every one of you took something out of this session, and thank you, Miss Yamuna. It was a pleasure being here today.
Yeah, it's our pleasure to get an eminent person like you from you on United.
Oh no! We all are very unique in our way. No one is more than the other.
Yes. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, students. We'll join by 2:30 for the third session, and we'll post it in the chat box, the link. Okay. Thank you all. Maithili Warrior.
The feedback link will be posted in the Google Meet chat box and YouTube live chat box. The next session will be taken over by Mr. Arun Saragoban on the topic, the new normal to sales and marketing strategy. Kindly do join it before 2:30. Thank you.
Ma'am, in 2 minutes she'll join, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Poonam has joined?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'll start, ma'am.
Yes.
Good marketing makes the company look smart, but great marketing makes the customer feel smarter. And in case of new normal, we don't go online anymore. We live online. And that's what we call the new normal. Marketing and sales, they are similar and they do have some overlap. However, the way that the process starts with marketing and ends up to sales. To sum it up, marketing creates and distributes content, following marketing best practices to content leads. Then the sales comes in and it is for a specific prospects, hopefully ending up with sales. You can say that marketing is more global while sales focus on a person at a time. We have with us today an expert in sales and marketing in marketing field. It is none other than our speaker, Mr. Arun Saragopan. Mr. Arun Saragopan is the Director of Sales at Geodocs UAE, and he has more than 13 years of experience in the IT space and has previously worked with the companies like Oracle, HSME, Cubics International Limited, and CSS Corporation. Over the years, Mr. Arun proved to be a business development leader with experience and expertise in managing key account relationships like across variable industries, industry sectors such as financial services, utility, engineering and contracting, hospitality, manufacturing, distribution, and retail. He has completed his graduation in mechanical engineering from Jairam College of Engineering and Technology. He has, it is indeed a pleasure to have you with us today, sir. Eagerly waiting to hear your words. Now over to you, sir.
Thanks, Poonam. Wow, you did a bit of a research on me then. Well, that's really good to hear. It's my pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. And well, I have a bit of a difficult task to do today. The reason is it's not only about explaining sales and marketing, which is vast subject in a matter of 1 hour, but also the time in which that I'm going to show. Though that it's been assigned in a very proper way, that you started your symposium with how the new companies will, how the smaller companies or the Gen 2 companies are working, and then you looked into the LinkedIn influencer, and then finally it came to me how do you actually sell and market yourself, the companies or the products that you design. So from a structure perspective, it's all nice, but from the time perspective, I'm actually speaking to you guys when I think you just finished your lavish lunch, and after this, I'm the last speaker, so you guys are looking forward to your weekend. So I will do my best to keep it more interactive and to keep it more interesting. Hopefully, you would be able to get three things out of the meeting, which that's the focus that I have. So Poonam has told a lot of many things about me. So let me tell you something which she didn't mention. So I'm from Trichy, Tamil Nadu. So Tamil கூட பேசலாம் உங்க எல்லாருக்கும் தமிழ் புரியும்னா. And I did my mechanical engineering, and the reason why I moved to an IT space is in my final years, I got into a CSS Corp, interviewed me, and got through the campus. So I had to switch careers from mechanical to an IT. So I worked in some of the big corporates, like she mentioned. So CSS Corp is one, and then Hyperion, Cubics, Oracle. And then currently I'm the director of sales and head of marketing for Jedox. So I cover the entire Middle East and Africa region. So which, if I put a number to it, I'm the head of sales and marketing for 70 countries, which is in Middle East and Africa. So Jedox is into enterprise performance management, which is similar to what you guys do in commerce. So we are into performance management, doing financial consolidation, financial planning and analysis. That's the software which we sell. So like I said, so to keep it interesting, I don't want it to show the different methodologies in sales or in marketing. Rather, I would prefer to have it much more interactive. I wanted to bring in one of my friend, and and my customer into the call so that we can interact how typical sales happen in that when she was in the customer shoes, and what do I do on a everyday basis, day in and day out. What do I do, and different scenarios that I handle, and how do I market, and how the product is getting into the field. So these are the things which I wanted to discuss. So without further ado, let me welcome my friend and my customer, Kribashini. You guys met her in the morning, but she's staying back to have this session as well. Hello, Kribashini. Welcome.
Thanks, Arun. Thanks, Arun, for having me. I'm sorry, guys, to show my face to you guys again. I'm really sorry. Arun forced me, and that's why I'm here. I had a big fight with him saying I cannot show my face again. Students will get bored, and I do not want to do this again. But he forced me, and he's a very good well-wisher for me, and I cannot say no to him. That's what is all business about and marketing is about. That's what he taught me. Never you can say no to me. That's how this relationship is built, actually. I'm just here to have a very interactive session. We just thought like we went with PPTs. You guys had a call with social media influencers. So why don't we do a talk show kind of interactive session? That's when he came up with the idea, and with great difficulty, he made me accept this. So I'm here. Floor is yours, Arun.
Well, thank you so much. So I believe that you're in Tamil Nadu. So how is Tamil Nadu?
Very hot, but still I'm enjoying because it's my birthplace. I told the students in the beginning also, wherever I go throughout the world, I love being here. So I love being here.
Well, that's great. So, how was the session in the morning?
Session in the morning was quite what I say, subjective, I think, and that's what they do not want to hear after lunch. It was the first session I was gifted. I had the best session in the morning, so that everybody were very energetic to listen. And let's see how they wanted the session to be. I think the students can also post up questions or whatever they have on this, and I can be a host for you guys. I can ask the questions to Arun in case if you have any interesting questions.
Okay. So, do you want to ask something, or
Arun, let me put this. Let me be a student at this point of time, and let me hear from you because the subjects has been taught, the books has been taught. These are all commerce students, and they have been taught a lot about what's marketing, what's sales. There is a book written by so many authors, but what's reality?
Well, marketing and sales are actually two different things. So, marketing is actually, let me start with marketing because that's where you start, and then sale is the end of the process. So, marketing, the companies run campaigns. Okay, so they have different campaigns for different reasons. They wanted to promote a new product into the market, or they wanted to create a recalling exercise that assess or send a messaging about a product or the solution that they provide. So that's where the marketing focus is basically to promote and advertise the products that the company has. Whereas the sale is where actual sales happens. So this is where the prospect become a customer. So you do the procurement process, you sign the contract, and the customers and they become the customer to us. So the marketing will stop when the sale starts, and that's the difference between the marketing and sales. So if I wanted to be a bit more blunt, if I would say, marketing is where you spend the money, sale is where you get the money. So,
which is easier, Arun?
Well, everything is. Everything has its own challenges, right? So the one thing which I really like in the current rule is I had both of them. I wanted to know. I wanted to. I can basically do my campaigns the way that I want the market to see me and my product, and at the same time I can do sales. That's something which I really like. But if you look at it, marketing is it's very difficult. There is no tangible outcome that you get out of it. So, for instance, if you have seen a lot of advertisement, yesterday there was IPL, right? So you could see in the IPL during the breaks that you would see a lot of advertisement that comes in, and but we don't know how many people really watched it. And at the same time, if you go and do a campaigns or an events, or if you do a newsletters, we don't know how many people are actually going through it, and then a sale has actually happened. So it's more often that's why that we define whether do you want to do a campaign or just for a brand awareness program, or we wanted to get something out of it. So we do something called as a marketing touch analysis, just to see if these events have impacted any sale to happen. So from a sales perspective, there are a lot of competition in the market. So you are never unique. So everybody comes with their own messaging, and the sale, it has its own thing. So if you go into a customer, there are a lot of political phenomenon that is there. So someone wants some other product, the other one wants a different product. So that's the challenge which you will face. And in marketing, there is no deadline. So the sales is basically you are actually committing a number to the management that you will bring X $1 million in this particular timeline. That's much more important. It's time and money. That's much more important in sale. So there is a difference. If you bring $1 million on 31st of December, whereas the 1st of January, there is a difference. So that's why even a single day, the time and the money is much more important in terms of a sale. But marketing, it's all about the spending. It's all about creating awareness. It's also about taking a message to the market, so that people really start to feel it. So you always start a messaging saying how do you feel in marketing? If you become a part of this, if you start using this solution. So that's the marketing's key thing.
So, Arun, how do you differentiate the sales and marketing throughout various countries of the world? Like, is it the same way that you follow, or everywhere there is a challenge, and some examples that you would have faced or challenges that you would have gone through when you moved from countries, interacting with their various traditions, cultures, etc.?
Well, culture definitely plays an important role in terms of either marketing or in terms of sales as well. So let me tell you a scenario. So I moved into Dubai 9 years back in 2012. So I met the first meeting that I had. It was in the month of March of 2012. So the first meeting I had is with one of the government entities. So I've been on and off of Dubai from 2010, but then I never stayed in and I never interacted with any local people during the time that I when I was coming to Dubai. So this time what happened, I met with one of the decision maker was actually an Emirati lady, and we had a beautiful presentation. She loved it, and she said that she wanted to buy the product. So for any sale to happen, you just shake hands, right? So you just shake hands saying, look, thank you for it. And me, without knowing the culture in here, so after the session is over, I raised my hand to shake for a handshake. And she politely refused, saying, we do not do handshakes in UAE. And that was actually, she was being very polite to me. But imagine that if you didn't know the culture, this would have created a bad impact on, the entire deal might fall off. But we were able to close the deal, but because she is being polite. So that's why culture is much more important. So you need to know the people, you need to know the market. Based on this, your messaging has to be. Based on this, that your interaction with the people has to be.
The topic is new norm. What is new normal, first of all?
Well, before we get into the new normal, if I say how my day-to-day life would be, day in and day out, is I start my days. I would have around 3 to 4 meetings. I would meet with different stakeholders in different companies, and we basically discuss about what is their plans, what is their roadmap, where do they see themselves in the next 5 years. So these are the things which we will do, and we do most of this face to face. We would have lunch together, we would have coffee together. So this is how things would move. But when the pandemic hit, that face to face interaction is gone. And when you do a lot of face to face interaction, you can actually see the body language of the other person. You can actually see that this guy is actually dedicating his time to me. But in the virtual world, that's not there. We don't know. And if I'm basically speaking to you, that we do not know what you are doing. I cannot read your body language. And many of the customers, if you see, they do not turn on their cameras. And when someone is turning on the cameras, we feel that this guy is multitasking. So he is not actually listening to me. So I can't get this. So this is the challenges that we face. So we spoke with Corporate Visions, which is one of the research, one of the research provider. So Corporate Visions, along with Stanford University, started to do, you know what, now things have changed. We are not going to have face-to-face meeting, at least for next year or two, and that, or it's going to be limited. So we started to find like how the sale will happen now. I mean, how things will work. And then Corporate Vision, when they did the research with both the salespeople who was doing virtual B2B sales, and at the same time with the customers, and around 76% said what I said right now. 76% of the people feel when we are doing a virtual meeting that the other person is multitasking. He is not dedicating his entire focus to what you are trying to say. So then we started to find, how can we change this? I mean, this is what we are going to live with for the next 1 year, right? So how are we going to change it? We cannot say, you know what, I'm not going to do sales. That's not going to work. So how we change it? So then we started to come in, you know what, what if I do an interactive presentation? Or like what I'm doing right now, a talk show. Will that be of interest to people? Will that make them listen what you want to say? That's what is much more important. So this is the new normal which came in, and these are the things which we are trying to do. And I mean, there is never, there is nothing called as a perfect way of executing things. You see how things are working when you're doing such thing, and then you refine the same thing so that your ultimate goal is to make people listen to what you have to say. And at the end of the day, they want to sell. So that's the thing. So we are starting with interactive presentations. We are starting with polls, Q&As. We are starting with having many animation into the presentation so that, you know, that can capture the people's brain. So we are testing it out, and we have seen a positive feedback coming in from the customers, and we are able to see that the sales are happening as well. So that's the things on the new normal. How did it impact you, being a finance person?
Okay. It's a very difficult question. Even at least you guys have found a route. Still, we are identifying the route, actually, because it's a very difficult situation. As you said, people are multitasking during the online meetings, stakeholder meetings. Even we don't know if the CFO is listening to my presentation on P&Ls or balance sheets or whatever I'm showcasing to him. So it is a very difficult situation that we are going through, but still we are coping up of this because people have started liking it right now, working from home and these kind of culture, where before 6 months they said, I don't like it. Now they have started liking it. And it's become much more better on the grounds of, having more kinds of meetings, and face-to-face interaction has come down. We have virtual coffee evenings. We plan to have sometimes virtual dinners with CFOs and CEOs. Say, for example, I would like to recognize somebody in my team. I say, like, we have a virtual dinner wherein the CFO also comes with a plate of food with him. And then we just have people sitting around and chatting about it. So that's one method that we have identified so that we get along with people and we do not forget people. And we also do some, interactive fitness sessions kind of thing, wherein we get the people into that. And after that, we continue with some meetings so that, people see our faces and they do not quit the other meeting. I was there in the fitness session, so I have to be there in the next session. So kind of, getting the pulse of people and putting them inside. So that's how we are trying to manage this new normal. I think that's going to be futuristic. What do you think, Arun?
Well, yes, definitely. Now, I mean, if you ask me, without this, before the pandemic, if I request any customer to have a video conference, they feel offended.
Yeah.
And I myself have seen customers telling me that when I was in Oracle, that the CEO of Oracle would like to have a call with you. Shall I set up a video conference? They felt it offended. Why? That he will not come and meet me in person? Am I not that strategic in nature? So people were feeling offensive. But now, if I say, can I come and meet you? They are saying, no, let's do it on a video conference. So that changed. So you see that this thing has actually changed a lot of culture. There are changes in the way that they perceive these technologies. So that's there. And but now we are getting a lot of Zoom fatigue. Now people get more now that we are all working from home. Well, not me. I'm actually in my office. So people get many Zoom meetings or many Teams, and then they get fatigued out of it. And we are trying to make sure that, you know what, the morale stays, the motivation stays with them so that they can constantly work. But from a finance perspective, you guys used to be more of a number crunching people. But I think this pandemic would have changed that, if you ask me. So you would do a lot of scenario planning, if I'm not wrong?
See, numbers have become words now. It's like nowadays strategical planning and scenario planning compared to talking about numbers ups and downs. And if you can see, there are certain companies which were highly impacted due to this pandemic, and we belong to one among them because of the ride-hailing business that we run. But the best part is what we have as an application. We have an app, and the app is sustainable to do something which is more innovative and creative. And that's where the role of marketing and sales is coming into very heavily, and creativity is coming into very heavily. It's a very great opportunity for the marketing and sales people to step in now and take their places, actually, compared to the places that the other teams were taking till today. You know, earlier, although the marketing and sales were doing the best part, the credits were going into multiple people, right? There were a lot of other teams who were eating your credits, right? But now it becomes a reality that only you guys can do something to bring back the business and get the business back to normal.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely there. Generally, they say that marketing people never get the respect which they actually deserve. And the main reason is that it's very difficult. Like I said, in sales, it's all about tangible outcome. So in sales, that the guy has went and he closed $1 million deal. But in marketing, they need to prove that you closed $1 million deal because of my event. So that is the challenge which they all face in marketing. So what we designed was something called as marketing touch analysis, which we started to use. Yeah, which we started to use more. And in the marketing touch analysis, what we do is we analyze. Okay, so if there is an event that happens, or if we do a webinar, for instance, we look into the number of people who attended, the different from what level of executive level that he has in the company, and we look into the sales, if anything that happened after the event in 3 months or 6 months time. And is there any other interaction that this particular customer is having with our website? So we have a landing pad which actually tracks the people who is visiting our site, and we know which buttons that he clicked. So based on this, we are trying to come up with an idea that, this webinar or this event that we conducted is actually having a positive impact. But this is for sales perspective. So in marketing, we don't do just only for the sake of to help sales. So we do that for, first is building brands. Like one of the key role that I have now is to build Jedox brand in Africa. We have South Africa who is using Jedox, but not in the remaining part of Africa. So that's one of my key role. In here, I'm not worried about if it creates a sales or not. I want the people to know that a company called Jedox that exists. So what I'm doing in here is I'm basically spending money to build my brand. I'm creating brand awareness. I'm building my brand into the African market. But in the Middle East, however, it's already there. But I still do an event in here because I do the brand recalling exercise in here so that we become relevant. Being relevant is very important in this new world. So you have to be relevant. And if you notice, companies like Colgate or Dove. I mean, you know what is Colgate? It's a toothbrush. It's a toothpaste. And if you know what is Dove, it's a soap. Why do they keep advertising? I mean, everyone knows what are they. Why do they keep advertising? One of the main reason why they keep advertising is they wanted to do brand recalling exercise. They wanted, our human brain is wired in such a way that they bring in the new cine actors, and they make sure that they are the one who's acting on it. So when you go into a supermarket, you don't actually remember any other brand except you remember this your favorite actress who actually acted there, and then you pick it. So your brain was wired in such a way that once you start recalling the product again and again and again, that you tend to fall in love, and every time you go to a supermarket, you buy those things. So that's why the brand recalling exercise is much more important. That's what we are doing it in Middle East. In Middle East, there are plenty of customers who's already using Chedox, but still we are doing it to a certain part to build my brand so that I can do sales into new customers, bring in new logos. But at the same time, I'm creating all these experience, I think FPAs, webinars, and all those stuff, so that I want to bring in my existing customers in, and start what's new, how they can expand my product into their company, into a different division. So these are the things which we are doing it.
What do you think we need to get equipped with? What is the students' equippedness on the sales and marketing? Is it social media? Is it technology? Is it being smart on the phones? Or what is the core thing that they need to get equipped during this normality?
Well, it depends on your targeted audience. So there are different channels in which you can market yourself, or your product. So it's all about your targeted audience. Whom do you want to market to? Whom do you want to sell it to? You have to know that first. If you feel that all of the millennials is your targeted audience, then you go in the social media side, because that's where they are. So your objective is to make sure that your message reaches the right person. So that's why if your targeted audience is millennials, you go in the social media side. But if your targeted audience is going to be like old school people who's actually they do not have a social media account, and those are the ones in which you do webinars, and those are the ones in which that you do much more events in which that you call in people and then you interact with them. So some focused events for CFOs, some focused events for procurement people, or focused events for HR. So these are the ones which we do, so that you bring in them and do it. So, but moving now, the old timers are going to go off. So it's going to be the millennial world. So irrespective of what you're trying to do, you're going to do it with the millennials. So you need to have much more social presence than anywhere. Anytime before. So you have to have the social presence. You have to be active in social. You need to promote yourself. You need to promote the product that you do, and keep giving the messages into the social media platforms.
So how is your connect right now, Arun? I know you had a lot of face-to-face connects, and now how are you connecting? How are you maintaining the relationships?
Yeah. So I do similar things which you guys are doing. So with my existing customers, the relationship that I have, that's by the way, relationship is the key in order for you to close a deal. So that's the one which is going to influence. People buy from people. They buy from people they like, they trust. So you need to maintain that relationship across. So the customers whom I have an existing relationship, some of them who are vaccinated, I go and meet them up, and we go have a lunch together. But for some of them who is not there, then I have a regular interaction with them, either on Zoom or on just a single phone call, just to say, hey, how are you? Something like this. So that's how that I want to maintain the relationship. But it is becoming difficult to, get new customers to start, because as I said, it's very difficult to read the body language. I don't know. If I wanted to there was a research that has been done once the once the Zoom meetings have started, and the research was done by Walmart. They looked onto their inventory, like what is selling after the Zoom meetings have started, and they found out that the number of shirts and the jackets have increased, but the number of pants have went down. So I do not know the other person, what are they wearing? And I mean, I don't know their body language. I can't read them, right? So it's becoming very difficult. I mean, this is actually a research which was done. The Walmart published this. They said, I mean, this is the way that we are having.
The publish also said the night wears have gone up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Arun, how did the situation impact this 1 year or the starting of the pandemic? Say, for example, the last February to June, how was the impact? You know, all business was hit. There was super duper impacts coming up. And how was the impact? And how did you guys, that means the sales team or the marketing team, tried hard to reduce this impact?
Well,
or some three things that was a challenge for you?
Well, we were never ready for this. I mean, nobody can be ready for a pandemic, right? I mean, we never had a pandemic before. I mean, I never had. This is my first pandemic, by the way. So, I mean, we were not prepared. Let's be honest. We were not prepared. But we went to the drawing board and we started to discuss, look, what are we going to do now? And is the people, many people are running behind their own business, because at the end of the day, their business, it's not just one industry got affected, right? The entire industry got affected. And they were behind their own business. So will people listen to me now when they are actually busy saving their business? So it was quite difficult. And that's why, like I said before, so we started to, you know what, let's try something different. Let's try to catch up with people. That's one. If it doesn't work, then we change it. If it works, then we start refining it. That's what we did. So yes, our sale has went down. It's not only ours, it's the whole world's sale has went down during the pandemic. But it doesn't stop us from moving. We got new logos during this time. We changed our messaging. We changed that. Like I said, if I met you, while I met you in Kareem, Kareem Uber, so at that time, our discussion was more in terms of how do you consolidate, how do you do intercompany elimination and all those stuff. But then the entire thing changed now. When I know, that's something which you do by basic, then now we started to do, you know what, the scenario keeps changing now. So let's do scenario planning. How do you plan about it? How your forecast is completely gone. So how do you change your forecast? So how you can predict these things? So this is where we started to promote, which was actually liked by many people. We got there was a huge positive resonance that has happened, and a lot of people started to new logos came in. So it was yeah. So that like I said, so this is something which you can never. There is no rule book that says this is how you do it. There is nothing, because no one is prepared. No one in the world was prepared for this. And everybody started to keep doing what they're doing. They try new things. And if it doesn't work, you should adapt to change. So when it is not working, then you change it. This is what you do.
Arun, there is a couple of questions from student, which I was thinking to ask you next, and they have put it up. So that is a great, listeners for you, I think. You have captured people here. What is scope for UG students who had completed BCom BPS and is interested in marketing? What is better, doing an MBA or just getting into corporate marketing field?
Well, the difference is either you wanted to become a street smart or you wanted to come up with the knowledge before you get into what you're going to do. So my recommendation is MBA is still better option in order for you to, if you wanted to go in. But then if you, I never did an MBA. I'm into sales and marketing. And the reason for that is I learned things on the ground. So maybe when you become an MBA grad, that you would have known these things. I tested few things, I failed few times before I became where I am. So maybe when you do an MBA, that you will not have to test anything, because you have your MBA rule book, which would teach you what works, what doesn't work. And based on this, you can actually do a better job than how I did it when I joined a corporate for the first time.
Secondly, they have asked, which I wanted to ask you also. Arun, during this pandemic, many of us, many of our colleagues, many of our friends lost the job, which belonged to marketing as well, sales as well, because the company thought that they did not need so much people or so many marketing skills because they are losing the business. Was that a right decision, or was there a ground for the companies to make a little bit much better decision? And is that a reality that these people are struggling, or they were able to grab the opportunity and come back into the market and showcase themselves?
Well, it's a good question, by the way. I generally tell it. I generally tell this to my customers, right? You don't increase your revenue by saving, by cutting cost. You actually increase your revenue by selling more. You need to have a growth mindset. You don't have the mindset of cutting cost. Well, so it's not that a lot of sales guys did not perform, because it's not that they are not a good sales guys or they're not a great marketer or they're not a great sales guy. It's not because of that. They couldn't perform because the industry, the markets are down, like I said. And whoever didn't innovate, who didn't change their messaging, they didn't adapt, they are the one who lost the job. I got a promotion. I left Oracle and I became a head of marketing and head of Middle East and Africa. So it's just, you can't take one example as such. But it's not a right thing. If the sale is not happening, you look into why the sale is not happening. If the sale is not happening, it's not just it's not one sales guy's problem. It's the problem that you need to figure it out why it's not happening. And unless you don't find what is the problem, you will never succeed. Even you bring in a new guy, you're not going to succeed in that role. That person is not going to succeed. It's mainly because you don't know what's the problem is. So in ours, we are increasing the team in here. In Xerox that we have increased, I hired 10 people already. So
yeah, I'll also accept what Arun is saying. The companies didn't realize what they were doing, but as clearly pointed out, cutting cost and increasing revenue will last only for a month or two. The third month, the revenue is not shown and the cost is same at the end of the day. And they realize at that point of time that there is no people to get in and increase the revenue, which they have lost on the ground during when they wanted to cut the cost. So we are coming back. We are also started hiring. I'll agree with Arun on this. Arun, there's a question. Is marketing really a great field to work?
Definitely. Imagine that
we are not talking about personal things, okay? You are in marketing, so you say it is really, or do you want to be sarcastic on this?
No, no, not really. Look, marketing is a great field. It's not going to die out, okay? So you cannot, let me put it this way. So marketing and sales will always be there. There should be someone who should market things. There should be someone who needs to sell. You can't change that with the robots. Because as I said, relationship plays a key game. You need to have a human touch when you do with the marketing. And you have to have the human touch when you're doing the sales. So if you remove that human touch, then the sale will not happen. So that's much more important. So that's why I said, marketing is a great field. Imagine that you are going to take the vision of the company into the public. You show the world what your company is all about. That's one of the best things that you're doing. So you are saying that you are the best corporate performance management company, that you are the most ethical business that you are running in the region. So, these are the things which you're bringing in. You are showing these things. So it will definitely be there. It's a very great field. So you get to spend a lot of money, but then you get questioned on why are you spending those money?
For a beginner, what do you suggest, Arun? Should they look into customer relationship or strategic planning or sales, or directly get into marketing and say, I am an expert? Or which is the point to start off?
Well, they can never say that they are an expert and get a job before having an experience on it, unless they prove something in the social media. Um, my recommendation is, I mean, if it depends, right? If you go in the MBA direction, you learn many of these. They do a lot of case studies, so you would have learned a lot of case studies when you're doing an MBAs. I actually read many of the case studies, which if I wanted to be an MBA graduate, I would definitely be. Because I've read through all of those case studies already. So you will get a basic know-how of doing things, right? Now, but if you join somewhere on the ground, that's when, like I started, right? And when I moved into the sales, I started mainly because that I wanted to know from ground up how difficult is it to do a sale. Because when I look outside, I can see all the sales guys driving a fancy cars, wearing a Rolex, and living in a lavish house. But I don't know how difficult is it for them. So I started to learn, and that's when I started to come. And I mean, I became a sales rep without having much of experience, and then I learned it myself, and I went. And I always liked sales. So let me tell you this. So when I was working for CSS Corp, I got a chance to meet with one of a person who had an idea. He had an idea that if you look at it, the சென்னையில் ஆட்டோலாம் வந்து டாப்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா கருப்பு கலரில் டாப் இருக்கும். இதுக்கு பதிலாக வந்து he wanted to have an advertisement. ஏதாவது ஒரு கம்பெனியோட அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் வைக்கணுங்கிற ஒரு ஐடியா வந்து அவங்ககிட்ட இருந்தது. I really liked it. And I'm a people person. I like to be interactive with new people. I want to meet new people. I wanted to. So அதனால நான் என்ன சொன்னேன்னா, நான் உனக்கு செல் பண்ணி தரேன் அப்படின்னு. அப்போ என்ன ஆகி போச்சு அப்படின்னாக்க, I was working in CSS Corp, but at the same time I was doing it parallelly. அப்போ போய் நான் இந்த இந்தியன் ஓவர்சீஸ் பேங்க் சென்னையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஹெட் ஆஃபீஸ் அண்ட் பேங்க் ஆஃப் பரோடா இவங்க எல்லாத்தையும் நான் நேராக மீட் பண்ணி அவங்கள்ட்ட நான் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறேன், பொசிஷன் பண்ணுறேன். இப்படி தான் இந்த மாதிரி ரொம்ப சூப்பராக இருக்கும், நீங்கள் இதில் அட்வர்டைஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னாக்க ஆட்டோ வந்து சென்னை ஃபுல்லாக போகும், எல்லாருக்கும் தெரிய வரும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. So that actually, these are the things which, I mean, I really liked it, so I was able to do. I mean, they all bought it, by the way. I was able to sell even during that time. And I never had an experience in sales. But I went in because I liked what I'm doing. And I still do after 13 years.
Arun, how do you, what do you think is the strength of marketing? Like, is it advertisement? Is it media? Or is it personal connect? Or the relationship? Or the culture? I mean, what is the thing that drives?
No, that's two different things you said. So relationship and all of those things comes in the sales side, not in the marketing side. In the marketing side, it's all about the medium in which you're going to market and how you're going to do a marketing. So that's where the market, as I said, market is not the sales. You do marketing to create an awareness of the product, or to do a brand building exercise, or you to do a brand recall. That's the job of marketing. Sale is where you maintain the relationship with the customer and you sell the actual product. So in the marketing, like I said, it's all about the audience that is there. So if you know your target audience, if you go and if you wanted to sell something, you need to know who am I going to sell? Who will potentially buy these products? And then you find out where these people are. If they are in social media, you advertise in the social media more. If they are not in the social media, then you find a different arm. You do an event, you call in people, or you can have a business breakfast, which we did recently. So these are the things which you can do, so that that this is how you market. So like I said, so relationship comes into the sale. So during the sales side, this is where the relationship plays a key role. People buy from people. I'm saying it again. So they buy it from people who really they like and they trust. And the biggest asset that any sales guy can have is the relationship that he maintains. That's his asset. Because he has a set of people who trust him. And you can go and sell whatever you want to sell to them because they trust you. and you will never break the trust, because when you sell something there, they know that you are actually selling it for their benefit, and they trust whatever we are saying. So that's the asset that any sales guy will have. Now, if I remember the stories correctly, that even our deal when we were there, when we were selling
Oh
it to
yeah,
our
don't ask me actually.
you were awake till 3 a.m. in the morning, having in calls with me and my management to make sure the deal happens. So that's because of the relationship. And for the relationship, empathy plays a great role. You need to have empathy in order for you to have a good relationship.
Arun, do you think this discounts, this free promotions, freebies, etc., is the best strategy, or is there some more strategies that we have on the marketing which could be focused much more?
It depends on the product, by the way. See, many of these freebies which they do, it was introduced by FMCG people. So most of the food and beverages people, what they started to do is they have an expiration date for the products, right? And if they know that the expiration date is nearer, so they tend to add it into their as a freebie into their actual selling product, so that they can clear their inventory. But in an IT perspective, from an IT standpoint, that it's freebies is not there. So you have to sell value of the product that you're having. You have to be in your customer's shoes. If he is using the product that you're going to do, how much benefit he's going to get out of it? Is it something, when nobody buys it just because for the sake of buying, right? And especially these are the people that I manage, are the corporate people. They are going to be questioned, why did they buy it? So they need to have a justification. Why did they buy it? So that's the reason why you need to find the value that they are going to get out of the product that you're going to sell. And when that happens, they started to get much more interested in you. And this is where your relationship increases with them. And at the same time, because you're going to make their life easier by you selling this product to them. So then the relationship increases, and that's where the actual sale happens. And the discounts is not going to help you.
Arun, there's always a talk that salespeople are the most stressed people because they do have to fight with targets, and again they also have no personal life balance actually, and most of the people are really frustrated on this ground. Is this statement true?
Well, in a sense, yes. So sales people are it's a difficult task. You're going to hear many no's when you are in the sales, right? The rejection rate is actually quite high for a sales guy. Where he faces on a day-to-day basis, he would receive 2 yes and 10 no's. So that's something which is there. There is no work timing. I mean, you work with your customer's timing. So you're not going to work like from 9 to 5 kind of a job. So your job starts whenever your customer is working, and that's when you're having. So as a sales guy, your primary role is that you are telling your management that you will bring, let's say, an example, $1 million on this particular date. That's much more important. So the date and the dollar is important. If you cannot bring the dollar on a particular date, then the dollar value is not there. So imagine, I'll tell you a simple scenario. In February 29th on 2020, because that was a leap year, we had the 29th. So I forecasted a $1.8 million deal with one of the customers in here. And it was actually a Saturday. And for many people who do not know about Middle East, so the weekend is actually Friday and Saturday. And Sunday is the first working day. So Thursday night, I mean, that's my end of quarter. February 29th was the end of quarter. So Thursday night, we finished the negotiation with the procurement team. The procurement guys agreed on the price, and he agreed on buying my solution. But he was not able to sign off because, it was when he accepted, it was 11:30 in the night. And after that, he cannot sign it off because the people are not there in the office. So the next day is Friday and Saturday. and I committed a deal to close, but I have to bring it somehow. So this is where the relationship played it. So I was able to close the deal on 29th when the CIO were actually, he was out in he went on an outing with his family. But still I told him, man, I committed this deal and you are agreed with the pricing. But for me, the date is much more important. The reason for that is that even a dollar that you bring in on a particular date, it's going to have a big impact on the share market for Oracle. So if you bring in a one day later, then it's not going to have that impact. So a dollar will convert into $3 in the share market. So that's why that the pressure that we have is always there in terms of the time and the dollar value which we bring in. So sale, you are the one who is going to make the company successful. You are the one who is going to make the company profitable. In order for you to do that, you need to be disciplined in terms of bringing a number for the last day.
How do you manage personal life balance? How is the personal life balance?
Oh yeah, so I developed the habit of compartmentalization. So basically, when I'm here, I don't think about family. And when I'm with my family, and especially I have a 2.5-year-old son, he always likes to play with me. I completely forget about my work life. So that compartmentalization is something which you need to have. And it's not just only for sales guy. When sales go through a lot of stress, I agree. But it's there for everyone. It's there for any job that you are there. Maybe a teacher or even an IT professional, CIOs like you. So, you can't just take work with you when you are meeting with your family. So you basically do the compartmentalization at the time.
I do have so much to ask Arun. Friends, if you do have any questions, you can post on the chat or you can directly unmute and ask. The question is for you, Arun.
Yeah, I just saw it. Which is better, working in marketing in India or working abroad? It doesn't matter where you work, as long as you're happy with the work that you're having. So India is it's a huge market that you can actually tap in, but you need to know that there are a lot of smart people in India, and the competition that you will face is going to be really, really high, because there are really, really smart people who I've dealt with when I was in India, and you need to. You need to work really hard if you're actually targeting India. But then India pays you off in a really good way, because the market is so big that you can sell everywhere. That's there. Working abroad, there would be a lot of structure when you come in abroad, right? So your target, there is money, there is more money, less people. But the break will take time. If you have become something which in India, then it is easy for you to come into abroad. So I proved myself in India, and then I was actually traveling from India to abroad, and that's when I got an opportunity with Hyperion in UAE. That's when I moved in. So my recommendation is, if you can find something in India, if you are being tuned up in India, you can work anywhere else in the world.
So, as you said, empathy is important in terms of sales and marketing. As I have even heard a lot of people saying, like, sales and marketing team should pass, be empathetic to prospects. So, what are your thoughts on it? What does that look like even in the new normal?
So empathy, I didn't get your, I'm sorry. If you can repeat it.
Yes, sir. As you have mentioned that empathy plays even a significant role in terms of sales. So even I have heard that a lot of people saying that sales and marketing teams should pass, or even should be empathetic to the prospects what they are facing. So what are your thoughts on that in terms of the new normal which you are facing through?
Well, any normal, okay, either this one or not, empathy plays a key role. So what is empathy is, you're resonating the other person, right? You're feeling for the other person the same way that they are feeling. So I'll tell you a good example in here. Just happened last week. So I'm in the market now to buy a house in UAE. So I've been renting my house for long. So then I decided this year I'm going to buy a house here. So my wife is actually helping me in shortlisting the houses which we wanted to buy. And she shortlisted a house, and the property consultant, her name was Hema. And Hema came and met us because she has a portfolio of different buildings that she has, in which that she wants to, and which might potentially be something which we buy. And Hema speaks Tamil. ரொம்ப நல்லா தமிழ் பேசுறவங்க. அவங்க வரதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்ன பண்ணிருந்தாங்க அப்படின்னா, which I really liked. I mean, this is something which I look into as sales people. என்ன பண்ணியிருந்தாங்கனாக்க, என் ஒய்ஃபோடைய இந்த வாட்ஸ்அப்ல சேட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கும்போது என் ஒய்ஃபோட ஸ்டேட்டஸை பார்த்துருக்காங்க. அண்ட் மை ஒய்ஃப் இஸ் a பிக் ஃபேன் ஆஃப் அ ப்ரோக்ராம் கால்ட் குக் வித் கோமாளி அப்படின்னு ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம். அந்த ப்ரோக்ராமை வந்து அவங்க ஏதோ ஷேர் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க போல இருக்கு. I've never seen the program, so I do not know much about it. And Hema வந்துட்டு என்கிட்ட we shake hands and we said that we explained this is my budget and this is the location in which that we are planning to buy and all those stuff. And then she went and spoke to my wife. I'm in the coffee shop. அப்போ வந்து she started saying that I went through your status in WhatsApp. நீங்க வந்து குக் வித் கோமாளியோட ஃபேனா அப்படின்னாங்க. ஆமா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தென் ஷீ செட் தட் ஈவன் ஐ எம் ஆல்சோ அ ஃபேன். ரெண்டு பேரும் உட்காந்துக்கிட்டு ஷி டிடன்ட் ஈவன் ஷோன் த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி. இவங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் உட்காந்து அந்த ப்ரோக்ராமை பத்தியே பேசிட்டு இருக்காங்க. என்ன டிஷ் பண்ணாங்க, யார் பண்ணா, யாருக்கு அவார்டு வந்துச்சு, இதை பத்தியே பேசிட்டு நான் இருக்கிறதையும் மறந்துட்டாங்க. நானே என் பையன் இருக்கிறத மறந்தாச்சு. ரெண்டு பேரும் எதுலயே பேசிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. இப்படி பேசிட்டு இருந்துட்டு தென் ஷி வாஸ் அபவுட் டு சே ஓகே லெட்ஸ் கோ அவுட் அண்ட் நான் வந்து இப்போ நான் உங்களுக்கு காமிக்கிறேன் இந்த வீட்டெல்லாம் அப்படின்னு. அண்ட் என் ஒய்ஃப் என்கிட்ட வந்துட்டு சொன்னா, இந்த பொண்ணுகிட்ட நல்ல வீடெல்லாம் இருக்கு, இந்த வீட்டை வாங்கிடணும். ஸோ வி நெவர் இதுக்கு நான் வீட்டையே பார்த்தது இல்லை, எந்த வீடுன்னு பார்க்கல. பட் ஷீ காட் சோல்ட் இன் டு தி ஐடியா. த ரீசன் இஸ் ஷி வாஸ் ஏபிள் டு கனெக்ட் வெல் வித் ஹேமா. ஸோ இஃப் யூ லுக் அட் இட் ஆன் அ ஃபன்னி சைட், குக் வித் கோமாளி கேன் காஸ்ட் யூ $1 million.
Probably yes, sir.
So இதுதான் empathy. So this has to have, you need to connect well. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சின்ன விஷயம் கூட, அதனால தான் when you get into the sales, before you go and meet someone, you do the research. What they are, what do they really like? Then find a common connect and then you are able to hit it.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the answer.
How can you differentiate sales strategy with marketing strategy? Well, like I said, so the marketing strategy is much more into building brands and at the same time to do brand recalling or send a messaging exercise, but not to do actual sale. The sales strategy is how do you close deals. So this is where the actual contract comes into play, in which the customer signs and he becomes a customer. Marketing will help you to build the prospects, and sales is where you convert those prospects into a customer. In consideration of pay scale and working environment, like in North Korea, working hour is minimum 10 hours, but in India only 8 hours. Well, I've never been to South Korea, so I do not have much knowledge about it. But if you choose a role of marketing or sales, that you don't have working hours in general. You actually work whenever you need it to work. So how do you decide to go for sales and marketing field? What are the main skill sets that this field demands from you? Well, if I can put in 3 important things that you need to have, is you need to listen. You need to have a great listening. This is where you actually learn a lot, when you are listening, not when you're talking. So listening is much more important. That's number 1. And number 2 is empathy, the way that you can connect with people. You need to be genuine. You can never fake an empathy. You have to be genuine. If Hema would not have actually seen that program, that she wouldn't have well connected with my wife. So that's why I said, so you can never fake an empathy. You have to be genuine in it. So that's number 2. And number three is you need to have, like I said before, being a sales, not for, this is not for marketing, being in sales, you would have a lot of rejection. You cannot, you cannot just sell wherever you go. There are going to be a lot of rejection. You need to, no matter how many rejection you get, you need to keep moving forward. So then, as a startup company, how it should frame its marketing strategy. The marketing strategies, irrespective whether you are a startup or an established organization, is based on what you're trying to achieve. What is your end goal of running something? What is your end goal? So, if you wanted to know, let people know about your company, that's a different thing. If you wanted to make sure that you sell it from day one, then that's a different way you need to approach. So that's why the marketing strategy, irrespective of a corporate or if it's a startup company, it doesn't matter. So it's you need to find out what is your goal for having it. Based on this, your strategy changes. CRM, customer relationship management. Well, that's not a question. What sort of career we can make in sales field after learning BPS? What is BPS?
That's their course. That is business process. They are affiliated to TCS. All are self-service, shared service.
Okay. So you're going to be in shared services with TCS, right?
Yes.
No, but you can become a sales irrespective of what you do in your life. So let me recall. So one of the partner in PwC, I don't want to name him because he might look into the social media. So he came in as he became a partner now of PwC. PwC is one of the largest, one of the consulting firms that is there. So I met him up when he was just a salesperson, and he just joined as a sales guy there, and he was a British guy, and I asked him what were you doing in because he was new to the market as well in Middle East. So I was asking how was the market in UK and all those stuff, trying to understand it. And apparently he never had an idea. And I asked him, how did you become? What were you doing? And basically he was being a debt collector when he was in UK. And he was actually he just got the job as a sales guy in PwC in Middle East. So that's the change. So irrespective of what you do, and now this guy is very successful. Now he became a partner of PwC. So irrespective of what you learned, what do you do, it doesn't matter. If you wanted to be a sales, if it has it in you, if you have it in you, you can definitely be a salesperson. Then, in what manner social media can support for improvement the sales? Social media will give you, you would get to know the other people really well. Okay, now people are promoting what they are eating, which nobody needs to know. But they're promoting what they eat, where were they, and all those stuff. So this gives you, and you can do a proper mapping of an individual. You can basically find out that what he likes, what does he hate. Based on this, you can actually have conversation with them. You know what to say, what not to say. So this information is the key in any sales. In any meeting, the key thing is to say what the other person likes to hear. So if you know him well, you would be able to speak in that angle. And that's where social media comes in, and it plays a key role. As language plays a major role in marketing with accent in English, I doubt it, but it's not, not many people are, it's not, English is not their first language, right? So it's not my first language. I make mistakes. So no accents, no nothing. If you can actually, language is meant to communicate with people. If you're comfortable in communicating, that's good enough for you. You don't, the English is not going to help you. Third session feedback link. That's not for me, I guess. All right, so anything else? I hope you guys liked it. I did my best to make you guys interesting, to keep you guys interested in the session. And if you have any questions, then feel free to ask now. நான் சொன்னேன்ல வர்ச்சுவல் மீட்டிங்ல இருக்கும்போது அதர் பர்சன் என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னே தெரியாதுன்னு.
Multitasking.
Is it done? Is it closed, or how is it?
Students, if you have any questions, please raise the questions to Mr. Raghu. Maitri Warrior, if there is any question in the YouTube link, you can just post it in the chat box. Just copy it and post it in the chat. Otherwise, you read it. There is a good feedback responses. Quick of 200 respondents. So your session was so much interactive, and the strategy what you both of you used was highly. After lunch, we were just listening to a movie like that. You made us yes, you have given a lot of insights, and whatever the basic things you have made us clear. Behalf of the student side, I really thank you because it was a wonderful session. Really, the questions what she asked was very impressive and basic questions, so that everyone will be clear about the concept of the difference between what is marketing and sales. Whatever we study from the lot of authors, practically use when you speak out, we gain it more. And you gave many examples. Even the cook with Komali is a latest. See, there are many of them are putting it in the group too. That feedback, that example has reached.
Yeah, so that's to show how empathy played a key role. Without even seeing a house, that my wife wants to buy it. That's the interaction which is going to actually help you in selling.
Somehow you forced me to do this, Arun.
Yeah, I always ask you to do
Being
something
director
good.
of sales, good strategy. He has observed for the students' pulse also. He identified the students' pulse too.
And Yamuna, he doesn't want anybody else to do it. He says only you can ask these questions. Only you will be able. I recommended him so many people. I gave him people also. I said, like, they saw my face in the morning. If I repeat my face again, it will be boring for the children. I do not want it. He never agreed. He said, you can put the questions in the right way and I can answer it. You come.
No, that's because
This is a real symposium.
The customer as well.
Yeah. This is a real symposium. After a long time, we are attending in virtual meet. In campus, usually we'll have, but through virtual meet, this is a really interactive and informative too.
Ma'am, no more questions on YouTube, ma'am. I guess you can continue.
Yes.
All right, thank you all.
Just we
It's
have,
been a pleasure.
yeah.
Yeah,
They
we'll
have
wind up the session, sir.
Thank you.
Now I cordially invite Mrs. C. Maithili, Assistant Professor, Department of BCom BPS, to give the consolidated report of this one-day virtual international symposium.
As true to the words of Colin Powell, there are no secrets to success. It is the result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. A very warm good evening to our honorable chief guest, respected head of the department, beloved professors, and my dear student friends. Today, I feel much honored to bestow the consolidated report of this flamboyant event, Career Empowerment in Global Scenario. This wonderful day started with a session by our first guest speaker, Mrs. Kribashni Prasad, who is the Director of FinTech, on the topic An Insight into Startup Culture and Emerging Careers, where she took us to explore the reality in starting up the career by adapting the emerging trends and requirements in the society, and also revealed some really interesting insights about the startups. She gave a clear view on the working condition, the working culture, examples of some prominent startups, requisites to work in a startup, the challenges or the failures faced, and the ways to overcome those challenges. She also shared as to she believes that a dream should have an impact on the society and brings changes the world to contribute in a successful way. In continuation with that, we had our second session by the great social media influencer, Ms. Navita Gupta Hakim, on the topic Usage of Social Media to Develop Your Career Path. where she gave an insight to be a successful person by implementing the social media as it plays a crucial role in our daily life. She started on how popular social media platforms are and also how people's impression of us changes based on our activity on social media. She has shared numerous things that can be learned through social media platforms like LinkedIn, as even recruiting is done through it. She enumerated on how important it is to reach out to the people on social media platforms, learning new things, and also achieve some major career goals. The key takeaways from the session was to showcase our individuality, analyze our effort, and sharing of immense knowledge that happens online. Finally, we had this third session by Mr. Arun Saragopan, Director of Sales at Xerox, on the topic The New Normal to Sales and Marketing Strategy. Here, he gave the nudge points to exactly what sales and marketing means. Also, he gave insights on how things working in the new normal and ways to get used to it. Being an interactive session with Mrs. Kribashini Prasad, they divulged some details on the struggles and also some activities that can play a vital role in order to adjust to the new normal. He had shared his initial experiences, role of culture in marketing, and etc. He also spoke about how our day-to-day lives have changed through virtual meetings and the marketing strategy that has to be carried on accordingly. He talked about some really relevant issues on marketing, adapting according to the targeting audience, and also how social presence plays a vital role. To conclude, we can say that this day, this session, this symposium has been a splendid and interesting session. Thank you.
We have now heard a concise version of this one-day virtual international symposium through a simple and comprehensive consolidation report. Thank you, ma'am, for this. May I now request Bharat Kumar of second year BCom BPS to deliver the vote of thanks.
Kind words can be short and easy to speak, but their echoes are truly endless. One such word is a thank you. On behalf of the department, I'm extremely grateful to propose the vote of thanks. I wish to thank our guest speaker, Mr. Arun Saragopan, for sharing with us the sales and marketing strategies, and also Mrs. Kribashini Prasad and Mrs. Navita Gupta Hakim for their valuable time, their inspiring words, and for imparting us the knowledge that is very much essential in today's world. I take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to our Managing Trustee, Sri L. Gopalakrishnan, Secretary Dr. T. Kannayan, and the management for giving us this good time to conduct such an event and learn from these eminent speakers. I would like to thank our principal, Dr. D. Brinda, and Vice Principal, Dr. Angurajan, for granting us permission to organize this astonishing event. Our sincere gratitude goes out to all the participants for your rock solid support in joining this event, without whom the event would have not been possible. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the head of the department, Dr. S. M. Yamuna, and other faculties, Dr. K. Sudhakar, Dr. G. Satyamurthy, Mrs. C. Maithili, and Mrs. R. Vishnupriya for their remarkable support throughout this event. The essence of fruit is always tasted in the last, and we believe the last will be the best. I would like to thank the function in charge students of the Department of BCom BPS for their constant support and guidance at each stage of organizing, which has helped in the successful completion of this symposium. A special mention to Mr. Selvaraj and Mr. Hariharan for providing us technical guidance for YouTube live streaming of this event. The first step towards getting somewhere is to decide that you're not going to stay where you are. So, all of you step out of your comfort zones to achieve your goals and reach great heights in your career. Every special moment ends, and this occasion is no exception. Finally, I would like to thank my fellow students and each one who has been a part of this event. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bharat. The feedback link will be put in the Google Meet chat box, YouTube live chat box, and Telegram group. Kindly do fill the form to receive your e-certificates. With this, we come to an end of this virtual international symposium. Once again, thanking you all for your immense support, for being with us throughout this program, making it a successful one. Hope to see you all for our next international symposium. Until then, take care, stay safe, and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Now it's going to be a photo session. So I request all the participants to come through the video mode and we'll just take a photo. So I request all the students to just in the Google Meet. I request all of you, sir. Namachwam, sir, from NGP College has joined us. Okay. Just I request all the students to on your video. We'll just go with the photo session. Thank you all. Subiksha, Akshaya, Deepa, I request all of you to, because only in the Google Meet we can take photos. Yes. I hope Prabhashni is not here. Sir, just a minute, sir. Arun, sir. One photo.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We have taken the photo.
Students, just a minute. Kriba madam is also joining with us. Just on a video. Just on your video for a minute too. Wait a minute. Yes, I would just like to see your interesting faces after a long time. Sir, it is very much difficult for us to carry on with this on virtual classes daily without seeing the students' face, kindling all around. So it's really boring, Arun sir. Yes, Michael, just put a screenshot.
Yes, ma'am, I have taken the photos.
Thank you, sir. I hope everything is, the pandemic is over. We'll just call you for the college as secretary. So when you come back here, we'll just call you for to our college and you can do it through offline itself, right, sir? Will you?
Sure, it'll be a pleasure. Thank you for having.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank
Thank you.
Thank you, Kriba. You just get we'll see you. Bye. Thank you, sir.
Signing off.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, students.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
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 Yes, feedback form link will be shared in our Telegram group, and also over here we have shared already. I'm sharing the same again.